Prashant Desai, he came out with an IPO in 1991 when the IPO crisis was happening. He came out with an IPO on the IPO crisis. Somehow he came out right up to the 2010 startup revolution, Consumer Act, and the Make in India revolution. So I think it's a great, great studied dinner, great panel, great fireside chat. I hope all of you have a great time, learn, and we continue to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sunil. Now I would like to invite Anil Chopra, Vice President, Research and Consulting, CyberMedia Research, talking on trends in the world of next gen tech. Anil Chopra is the Vice President, Research and Consulting at CMR, and in this role drives special projects at CyberMedia Research. Anil has over 24 years of experience in the ICT media industry and now drives the strategic initiative at CMR as well as the group's go-to-market practices. Over to you.
Hello. Am I audible to that? Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Sunil. And welcome everyone. Great to see all of you after a long gap of doing virtual events and just talking and not knowing anybody there, all of you see the attendees, but it's great to see everyone. Thank you. I think Sunil really gave a great overview of how Dataquest has monitored all the major events that have happened in the past 40 years. And moving forward, this industry, every time you feel that things are going down, it just kind of bounces back up with so many different new technologies, so much new action that it doesn't really surprise. So what I'm going to do is try to highlight some of the key trends that are really happening this year and beyond this year. So essentially, if I were to just give an industry snapshot, India is to become a $1 trillion digital economy by 2025. The government of India has been talking about it. There are so many new initiatives that have happened. Are there either connectivity to rural India or giving infrastructure players to data centers or the push for 5G? I think all these moves are going in the right direction. Hopefully, we will get $1 trillion in a few years' time. So that's there. And if I look at this year, it has been kind of a tipping point for the IT industry because we witnessed double-digit growth for international, at 15.7% growth, and we have touched $227 billion at the ICT industry. And it is all on the foundation of two strong pillars, which is exports, that includes hardware, it includes the domestic industry, and of course, a third pillar, which is actually not actually considered part of the ICT number revenue value, but it has been a strong enough pillar and has seen strong growth over the past 2 years to be, to come out and all recognize that. Another really good thing that we have seen is, of course, as you mentioned that the pandemic has also been good in a way that the digital workforce, the entire workforce that India has also grown. We now have a global digital talent of 5 million people in India. Okay, so India is actually becoming a real digital innovation hub. We have the largest startup ecosystem, although new startup which started, we're the third largest startup hub in the country with more than 25,000 startups. And all of those, 100 plus are actually become unicorns. So that is the kind of growth that we are seeing as far as the ICT industry is concerned. And it is, of course, ICT industry is not going alone. It obviously that is the enterprise spending, that is contributing to it, is the organizations, large enterprises, SME, government. Everyone is actually contributing to this growth. And we are seeing an upward trend of this growth happening with spending on ICT actually increasing. The companies are actually increase their budget on IT, tech spending, and it's no longer just about using ICT to kind of keep the lights on. It is actually also about shifting to online business. We saw that happening over the past 2 years. We see omni-channel, we see a distributed work environment, something that many of us are probably comfortable with. But today, I think it's very easy because you're on a Zoom call or go to the cloud and start doing your work, no matter where we're sitting. So there's been a real change that we are seeing, and of course, companies are also looking at increasing the team size, the tech team size also, because they want to go digital, they want to kind of leverage on this growth. And basically, what we are seeing is that there's also a shift towards as a service-based model, something that actually looking at that and not just looking at capex and heavy investment, but also looking at as a service model is also happening. So while it's good to see an overview like that, but it's also good to see what kind of technologies are really shaping this industry. And I just like to put it across while there can be real technologies, I like to put it across as 10 key areas that really developing that will define our future. One is of course I think overarching thing is the business transformation. We saw rapid acceleration of digital transformation across enterprises. But actually, if you look at digital transformation, it's more of business transformation, right? And that's what we really see as the overarching thing. And to support that business transformation is the foundation of devices and the infrastructure that is the bottom. And in between this are various technologies that companies are actually using to kind of transform their business. And that's where AI, ML, or analytics, cloud, all these technologies. So that's the overall thing as far as the future of investment technology is concerned. To go a little deeper, I think if I look at business transformation, business transformation cannot be done in isolation. It requires one of the center is the business transformation, but at the same time, you have to keep in mind the internal and external stakeholders of the organization, the employees and the customers. So we cannot see these two trends in isolation. While customer experience is important, employee experience is important, but if I were to look at business transformation, that comprises of these three pillars: customer, digital transformation, and employee experience. So that is true business transformation that is there, and we are seeing this happening. Although we will see very few cases of actually under one major business transformation, we do see cases of customer or digital or employee experience transformation, everywhere. But hopefully, this is all going to improve business transformation. And even individually, if I were to look at customer experience, I think it's the digital customer that is first that has to be looked at in order to be able to create employee engagement practices so that companies can actually understand the employee, the customer, and engage with them digitally. That is something that companies need to do, and that is the future. Future of customer is actually experiences digital first, and we're seeing trends towards that are happening. And of course, it's more about hyper personalization. We want to offer a personalized experience to all the customers. Ultimately, that's what really companies are able to offer. That kind of experience are the ones that are able to kind of grow. And in order to now that we are all in the online and digital world, there's so much of data being shared. So companies that are able to respect customer data and privacy are the ones who will be having greater loyalty amongst customers. So that is critical as far as customer experience is concerned. Cohesive omnichannel experience. While we heard the term omnichannel for a long time, that yes, we need to go omnichannel. We need to be present where our customers are. The customers on mobile need to be there. The customers online need to be there. Wherever the customer is, need to be there. That's omnichannel. But if I look at the cohesive omnichannel experience, that's what we're getting to now, where a conversation that is happening on one channel, continues on another channel as the customer as you need to interact with the customer. That is true, cohesive omnichannel experience that really is required to be able to make the customer happy, to be able to engage with the customer. Currently, I think it's difficult to find those kind of examples, but that's really that's what enterprises should really look at to be able to integrate their channels so that they can give a customer a more wholesome experience of their products and services. So similarly, like I said, digital transformation, as I mentioned already, whatever plans were there for digital transformation, 5 years down the line, they had to happen instantly during the pandemic. That was a major change that took place. It also required re-architecture of the entire, infrastructure, because suddenly people started working from home, everything went digital. Standard practices as far as serving customers no longer applied. So the entire thing had to be re-architected, and that's where digital transformation really comes in. Likewise, I said that work from home became a practice. I'm sure many of you would still be working from home, or there might be a hybrid kind of a mode, part time, few days in the office, few days staying, at home and working from home. So there, what required is to be able to look at the employee experience. It's not just that somebody who's working in the office late night is the one who is doing all the work. There might be people who are sitting at home and doing a lot of work. So they need to be also recognized. Their time also needs to be respected and recognized, because they're kind of living in isolation. So that's where the whole employee experience actually really comes in. And you need to look at that, to be able to get employees productive, to make them motivated, to make them happy. It's required. Employee experience is a very key pillar for transforming. And of course, like I said, at the base is the infrastructure modernization. And since there are so many technologies that I talked about, and new technologies, it's not possible to have for them to host those technologies on a traditional infrastructure. It requires modernization. If you need to do cloud, hybrid cloud environment, or kind of look at AI and then look at analytics, or kind of look at a hybrid workplace where employees are no longer sitting inside the office, they're actually working from anywhere. So the overall infrastructure needs to be able to modernize it so that it can actually support all these technologies that can further help the business grow. To go a little deeper into AI, I think as you can see, we are seeing experts say that by 2024, 40% AI critical business processes will see tasks being automated, routine tasks being automated, and so much of data being generated that using traditional tools to analyze them would just not be possible to analyze the screen data, which is where AI will be content, but there is so many dimensions of data to analyze that you cannot do it without using AI. At the same time, one very critical, interesting trend is that the market dynamics are changing so fast that it's not possible to just use historical data. Okay, historical data is actually using it for everything, but what we saw in the past may not really hold now, or may not hold in the future. So to be able to predict the future, historical data may not really have much value. Okay, so which is where data modeling comes in, which is where AI comes in to look at data modeling, to be able to create synthetic data models that can actually look at predicting the future, and that's where things like digital twins come in. I'm sure that you have heard of technology for digital twins. That's where that comes in. To be able to hello. Okay. So I'll just continue while the slide actually comes back. The idea is that historical values actually, historical data is losing its value, so they need to create synthetic data, synthetic models, and look at data and analyze, predict the future. At the same time, when you do that using technologies like digital twins, which are now applicable not just for manufacturing but across multiple industries, so you can create synthetic models across industries to be able to kind of predict what is going to happen. You have to kind of look at using AI responsibly so that it's ethical, things are not biased, and we are seeing a trend where companies are actually hiring ethicists, okay, or external, auditors, kind of audit team and process. It's important to do that, and in order to be able to predict the future. Also, while there are so many different examples of AI that can be used, I think I'll just talk about two key examples of AI that I could see multiple examples. One is an initiative called AI.me by a company called Chopra. created a neural network that allows you to convert text into images. Okay, so unfortunately the screen is not visible, otherwise you could have seen it here. But it's interesting to actually see that kind of initiative where you just describe what the image you want and the network is able to create an image based on your natural language descriptions. That can have a really good impact on as even laymen can actually start creating images or plain text. Uh, Another really critical thing is that if you're sitting in a meeting and you're presenting data to the management, to your boss, there can be, it will always happen that the management will come back and say that, I want to see this kind of data or I want to see that kind of data. Now, technology is being used where, Alexa, Siri, or Cortana, you can actually tell them to show you the data that you want. Okay, so therefore, you don't need to go back out of the meeting and come back with a new plan, new data. You can actually tell it on the fly that hey, give me the market share for any new market share for some other city or geography, anything. It's natural language. You can tell it what kind of data you want and then generate it on the fly, rather than you have to dig it out completely. So that was an interesting trend, and that is what's really happening. That is, an interesting use case of AI that might be worth mentioning. An example that I said, a storefront that has the word OpenAI written on it. And there are images of OpenAI on the storefront, multiple storefront images that have been created just based on the text. So that is what I meant by creating images from text. Cloud, of course, we've seen major adoption of cloud where enterprises are having 5 to 15% of their IT budgets, for the cloud, and it's likely to grow even further. We are seeing private cloud adoption among large enterprises, followed by hybrid cloud. Digital natives are continuously using startups, using cloud, using cloud in a major way. We'll see that kind of adoption of cloud. It's no news story, but it's just that likely to increase. Blockchains are an important part of the trend. They've been around for 150 years for blockchain. NFTs are not fungible tokens. These are basically, crypto tokens which cannot be replicated and they're stored in the blockchain. The sports and the celebrity industry, for example, store, stored about 7 crore worth of NFTs last year, and likewise other sellers are following suit. And similarly, there are so many different enterprise NFT applications across different industries, that are really taking place. Devices targeting IoT is a, you can look at them as separate brands, but the idea is to be able to use a combination of all of them for so many different innovations. We are seeing growth in devices, we are seeing, and 5G is a major reason for that growth, that's likely to happen in the future. And so many different innovations across logistics, healthcare, manufacturing, and so on. So we're seeing that as a trend with a lot of innovations. Business process management is something that we hear for a decade ago, but the point is that it's still continued, and now it's using newer tools, newer skill sets are required to be able to do business process management. And we're seeing 75% of BPO jobs actually will require new skill sets in this year. So there is a new change. Cybersecurity, we all know, is a big right, and it's growing. Those are the key trends that we would like to see impacting our business on a day-to-day basis in the future. But these are some of the future trends that are there. They are developed, we'll see as they develop further. Okay, so I think, the point is that I think I skipped those slides because Achal and we already talked about Dataquest and how it's completed, but we will be chronicling the entire journey of the ICT industry. And I'm sure that moving forward, we will also see chronicle the India touching the $1 trillion economy. So thank you so much for tuning in, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Anil sir, for such a wonderful presentation. Now, I would like to invite PG to welcome Mr. S Sharma with Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the next session, the inaugural Fireside Chat, Upgrading Healthcare with Next Gen Tech. We have with us, so we will have the lamp lighting ceremony. So may I invite Dr. S Sharma, Mr. Arun Seth, Mr. P. Balaji, Mr. N.K. Goyal, and PG. Thank you for the lamp lighting. So now we have with us Dr. S Sharma, CEO NHS, in conversation with Arun Seth, former chairman, VP and board member, Narayana Health Jubilant and CyberMedia Group. So the inaugural session chat is about upgrading healthcare with next gen tech. Now I would like to invite the speaker, the man who needs no introduction for 40 years, has led reforms and leveraged IT to simplify administrative processes. As the founding Director General and Mission Director of UITAI, previously he served as the Chairman of Telecom Regulatory Authority of India (TRAI), the Secretary of Department of Electronics and Information Technology, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, and the Chief Secretary of Jharkhand, among other portfolios. Currently CEA, National Healthcare Authority, and responsible for managing Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana (ABPM-JAY) and the National Digital Health Mission, also serving as the chairman of the Empowered Group of Vaccine Administration for COVID-19 (CoVIN) IAS batch of 1978 from Jharkhand cadre. I would like to invite Dr. S Sharma. Arun Seth. Mr. Arun Seth is an independent director of our company. He holds a bachelor's degree in engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, and a master's in business administration from the Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata. Arun was associated with Alcatel Lucent India as a non-executive chairman from May 2011 until May 2014. He was worked for the BT Group in India in a variety of positions for over 17 years, retiring in July 2014. Currently, over to you, Mr. Seth and Dr.
Thank you very much. Welcome everybody to this very interesting and important session on technology. And I'm most proud that a lot of things were said about you, but we are also alums of IIT. That biggest ED, IIT.
Sharma also did his PhD from IIT.
UID, which you first directed in. Okay. No, with your leadership, which you gave at try before that with UID to create the Aadhaar system. And what we managed to see in telecom, like you, I'm sure you're going to tell us about the data prices and what the revolution that has happened. I'm hoping that like UPI created such phenomenal advantages by removing friction in the financial system and giving benefits to the financially disadvantaged, everybody will use it with the national health stack that European can we have a defining moment to fundamentally change the way healthcare is delivered to the country? It's a very wide question.
Well, thank you very much, Arun. You've been my friends for a very long time. I see many of my friends here in the audience, Mr. Gupta, Professor CiOL, Pradeep, Gupta, many other familiar faces. So it's my privilege to be here today this morning to talk to you. I've been associated with Dataquest. I was telling Pradeep that the first Dataquest award, which is called E-Champion of East India, was given to me in 2006. And I was working as IT secretary in the state of Jharkhand, and I think I received this award. So I've been associated since last so many years. Of course, I've been in public service for now about 4 years. So I joined the Indian Administrative Service in July of 1978. So I think it completes 44 years in a couple of months now. Now, the question which you have asked, Arun, is extremely important question. And I am one of those persons who have believed that technology, especially the information and communication technology, can solve many of the India's hard problems. So that has happened. There are examples. UPI is one example which you just now said. Aadhaar is another example, and there are many products built on top of Aadhaar, commonly known as the India Stack products, electronic KYC, authentication, digital signatures, digital locker, consent artifact. Many things have been built on top of Aadhaar. So they are scalable, they are robust, they are frugal, interoperable. There are many attributes. And India, for an country like India, which is actually not, in some sense, it's more than many countries in the world. The diversity, the languages, it's absolutely, and of course the digital divide issues, they are there. So basically, if you build something for this country, it has to be inclusive. It has to be, inclusive must be in terms of, digital haves and digital have-nots, and at the same time, it should also cater to multiple languages and multiple levels of, functional literacy. So that is there. What I feel is that the last 2 years of pandemic have really been extremely disastrous for the entire world. But if there is one thing which is a positive aspect of this pandemic, that is digital. I think all of us have learned to use video conferencing. This is probably the first meeting I am having, which is physical. Otherwise, we were all meeting digitally, virtually. That has become the norm. In fact, now my engagement pad says in person. If it is not in person, which means default is virtual. So that way, I think this is one positive aspect of this period of 2 years, that we have learned to use digital. Today, people are talking to their family members on video calls. Laborer from Bihar working in Delhi in the evening talks to his wife and his children on video calls. Data prices are cheap. They are ubiquitous for the connectivity there throughout the country. So I think we have all the enablers. Similarly, there are multiple, digital public goods which this country has created, which are horizontal public goods, which provide, for example, payment. Now, payment is a horizontal public good which can be plugged into anything. Similarly, identity is certainly a horizontal public good. Now, these enablers being in place, the ubiquitous connectivity being there in the country, then people having got the habit of using technology. I think what is required is basically putting in place a mechanism as an architecture where people can interact with their doctors, with their service providers in a seamless manner. And that's what the digital mission, which we are currently doing, and which the Honorable Prime Minister launched on 27th of September last year, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. That's what it seeks to do. It seeks to leverage technology to deliver health services in an affordable, ubiquitous, and quality manner. There are three, important ingredients of health services, which is basically it should be affordable, it should also be available or accessible, and finally it should be of quality. And I think all three of these parameters will basically be enhanced using. So, for example, using interoperable video consultation, you will not have to travel and you will be able to consult with your doctor sitting at home. Productivity of the doctor will also go up. Your travel bill will go down, and you will not have to have that torture of coming and taking Google Dharamshala near age and sort of waiting for 6 days or 7 days to enter into the OPD of medical sciences. So that's one part. Similarly, the digital prescriptions, the digital delivery of drugs, many things will. So essentially, what we have created a system of the horizontal, the what is called the records, personal health records, longitudinal personal health records. We have created a digital, prescription system. We have created a consent artifact whereby I can share with consent my health record with the doctor. So all the building blocks of that mission are in place. And we have the Ayushman Bharat health account. The Prime Minister announced that every Indian will have a health account. So essentially, and will be able to have the health records in his mobile. And that's what we have done for what we call Ayushman Bharat health account, the Aadhaar numbers. And we already have 22 crore people in this country having the Aadhaar numbers. So I think the whole thing is in place. What is required, however, and here we will seek help from you and our friends here, is essentially adoption, accelerating the adoption of these technologies. And I think if you do digitization adoption in the health sector, it can really transform the delivery of health services, because not only will it make lives of doctors, hospitals, patients easy, it will also provide wonderful inputs to the policy makers, the health policy makers. So we will have a data-driven policy making. Which disease is happening where, which pandemic is rising where, all those things will come because it will be a huge amount of data. As such, the Ayushman Bharat PMJY, we are generating 1 million health claims per month. And that's a huge amount of data. And if we sort of use it, anonymize it, and use it, we can give a great policy. So I feel that everything is in place. What is required is accelerating this whole effort, and all of us come together, because I always say, and that may not be, it is not to disparage what we have done in Aadhaar, but to say that Aadhaar was relatively simpler to execute than this mission, because in Aadhaar you have only two stakeholders: the person who was wanting an identity and the entity which is giving identity, which is the government. Here you have multiple stakeholders. You have manufacturers of drugs, laboratories, hospitals, all kinds of doctors, all medicine systems, all health service professionals. So I think this is a really difficult problem to solve, but I think we can solve it. India as a country has shown that we can have societal scale, technology deliveries. All many of them, sort of created. The nucleus is created by the government, and the other ecosystem partners just sort of plug into it.
Thank you. You hit the right nail on the head on this, Dr. Sharma, because what UPI did is remove the friction. And there is today information. People make money on rent on lack of information which people have. You're going to eliminate that. So there will be some unhappy people. There will be some. So that's the true test of something disruptive happening. If there are no unhappy people, it's not disruptive. There will be some unhappy people, maybe in the medical industry, maybe people who are trading on information. Which is wonderful. This leads to my next question. You've also been driving the COVID platform, which is the world's largest one. Right? I got one booster in the US, a 5 years. Already gave me a piece of paper which anybody could have, it's available on eBay. So how do you, like COVID, which leads to the next question, which you said about preventing pandemics when they occur, how can we expand the scope of such platforms to improve the prediction of health issues in the country? We have diabetes, you have the prevalence by region, by ethnicity, we don't know. What would be your view, and what are the opportunities for startups and others in this space?
Well, thank you once again, Arun, for this beautiful question. I think, just now you said that removing the red seal, removing the information asymmetry, that's very important. COVID is an example which did it. Last January of 2021, 2021 that the Honorable Prime Minister launched the world's largest vaccination program on 16th of January. And he actually foresaw the need for having a digital architecture. Because he said if you do it without any kind of digital backbone, then there will be chaos. Remember the chaos which happened about the remdesivir and oxygen cylinders? People were, helter skelter, writing on WhatsApp and all that. There was no such chaos of that. Because the DPIP was looking at the same dashboard and the same, COVID portal or the same ROK, where a common man was looking. So essentially, this technology in some sense removes that intermediation and therefore the information asymmetry. You don't have to ask anybody. ये घटना वैक्सीन के लिए देखो तो available है वहाँ पे availability भी है, everything is there. So what is really required is now, I think we need to create such platforms. For example, COVID we are repurposing for universal immunization. So similar, what ultimately the COVID provided, which are the places where this vaccine is available, what type of vaccine is available, what price this vaccine is available, and what are the slots available on various dates. Similarly, if you have both private sector and public sector providing that I am providing polio drops at this part, and then if that index, that drop is given and that drop is recorded against the Aadhaar number of that child, then we can immediately tell the parent of the child, say that boss, your first dose was this, second dose is due now. This is what you get on COVID. So this is what we will have. So what we are doing is we are repurposing and enhancing COVID for universal immunization, for blood bank ecosystem. The blood bank also ultimately, when a person suffers an accident, he doesn't know where to go. And if there is a list of donors which basically says that I'm available, they could search out to who is the nearest donor or nearest blood bank where the B plus or O negative the blood is available. So I think there are these platforms which have been created. Now what we are also doing is we are actually increasing we are now coming from platform to another level called networks. And the difference I want to tell you, a platform is a mechanism whereby there is a client on the platform and there is a server on the platform. Amazon is a platform. So if I have an Amazon app, I can do a purchase, sale on Amazon platform. And the sellers have to come on platform, the buyers have to come on the platform. Buyers through the EUA and user application, and sellers will just come on platform. This is how the platform works. What we are doing is, now platforms are not interoperable. And I think we have to understand the difference. Basically, this means that if I have a Flipkart app, I can't transact on Amazon. I need to have an Amazon app to transact on Amazon. This is what we did. And I learned from the Telecom. The Telecom would have been useless if there was no interconnect. If Vodafone customer were only able to talk to a Vodafone, customer on the other end, it actually just either there will be only one Vodafone and there will be no other thing. And this is what is happening in social media platforms. There is only one Facebook, nobody else. Twitter, nobody else. Amazon, nobody else. So basically, what is required is from platform you have to go to network. And let me give you an example of network based on protocol. If I am on Gmail and Mr. Gupta is on Mail, I don't bother which mail. I just use his address and I send a mail and it goes. So basically, because it works on protocol, it works on the simple mail transfer protocol, and that's why what we did in UPI was essentially a set of protocols which enabled, a State Bank of India customer to give money to a Bank of India customer without any friction. That's what we are doing in open network for digital commerce, ONDC. This is what we are doing in health. And health, we are calling it, on the basis of UPI, we are calling it UHI, Unified Health Interface. And that basically makes that if I have an application of video conference application like eSanjeevani, and the doctor has application of Practo, I should be able to talk. So I don't have to have 10 applications. I am not locked to that platform. I have the freedom to use any client application and the doctor has the freedom to use any doctor application, and we should be able to talk, provided they follow the UPI or UHI network model. And I think that will really, make the whole thing absolutely scalable, interoperable, and a country like this needs that kind of art.
Thank you very much. I know you have an appointment at 10:45, so I'm going to cut short my list of questions. So, PG, we have so thank you very much. You've got something. I have a whole lot of
More
questions.
time in,
No, we'll get you again. Don't worry. No, this has been absolutely brilliant. Because removing friction and creating interoperability, which Balaji, all of us are from Telecom, and we love this word. Interconnect. So the only fights will be on interconnect.
Yeah.
No longer on this. Oh, sure. Few. I think we have a couple of minutes. So there's a few rapid fire questions. So we're going to ask you, when do you see data predictive analysis in hospitals?
Well, I think the data predictive analysis will happen, and I think people are using AI tools, and AI and machine learning is going to be very, very important in the health space. And what we are enabling is basically we want to have these AI engines offering software as service, which means I can just plug in an X-ray and I can get the report. Not really I have to buy the AI engine, but I use it as a
Like an API.
service.
Like an API.
Right.
What about the robots for second opinions?
Same
First of all,
question.
doctors don't like second opinions. So maybe the robot will help everybody.
Yeah, in fact, AI also can be used for second opinions. Robots can help. I'm not sure as to how robots will provide the second opinion. But ultimately, robots will be fired or powered by the artificial intelligence and machine learning at the back end. Maybe they'll just express, they speak, but that's about all. The whole knowledge is going to come not from the robot itself, but from the back end. Which I think
One of the, we could not ask a question on universal health insurance, but how will technology help in detection of fraud? Because that's what stops the insurance companies from giving out more coverage.
absolutely brilliant question again, Arun. What is going to happen is that Ayushman Bharat PMJY is providing insurance to 500 million people, but there are middle class people, upper middle class people. What we are creating the health claims exchange, which basically will be a universal pipe where the providers will be able to plug in their bills in FHIR compatible formats, which is the standardized format, and we'll be able to process that. There we build the intelligence saying that, oh, this person got his appendicitis removed 3 years back, and he's done it 3 times. So basically, we can build all that intelligence, and that actually not only will do 2 things. One is the friction, because today the most cost of the insurance companies is basically claim processing. If that claim processing can be standardized, can be unified, or can also offer this intelligence, I think that friction will be removed. The cost will also come down. And then they will be able to provide insurance even for OPDs, which is not there currently. So I think again we need to take the help of the technology.
Thank you. End on that note.
Thank you very
Dr.
much.
Sharma.
It was a pleasure interacting with you, and thank you very much, friends.
Sir, we have one more pleasant task at our hand. The Voice and Data Awards were held in March this year. And this was a virtual event. Actually, this is the first physical event that CyberMedia is doing after 2 years, as has been the case with so many events that have been happening all across the world. So last 2 years, we continued doing our conclave. We kept on doing our telecom leadership conclave and awards and so on, but all of them were virtual. So in March this year, when we did the Telecom Leadership Forum, which was done by Voice and Data, our fellow brand, in that, the Pathbreaker Award was given to the CoWIN app to Dr. S Sharma. So please join me in congratulating Dr. Sharma again, and We had done a virtual ceremony at that time, but sir, since you are here today with us, we would just like to do a physical ceremony also of the award. Can I have the award, please?
Very I think
Thank you very much, sir, and so nice of you. It was really wonderful having you with us today. Thank you, Mr. Seth, for conducting the entire fireside chat absolutely brilliantly, I would say. Very focused and completely to the point. The next session is my session. All right. So I will continue. I essentially want to talk about some of the major trends that are today taking place in the entire ICT landscape of the country. At Dataquest, we have watched different kind of changes that have taken place over the last now nearly 4 decades. Next year will be the 40th year celebration that we will be doing. Dataquest was launched in December 1982. It's been absolutely terrific journey. But in that journey, we have seen many major changes. And the interesting thing about the changes are that when you are part of that change, you don't see the bigger picture of what this change is doing. But when you reflect back upon it, then you know that what is the generational change which is caused because of those. So one of them, the first one, of course, was the introduction of information technology. So in 82, there were, I think, just about 1,000 computers in India. In 82, the PC had still not come into India. You still had, the IBM and the DEC and those kind of machines here. Some 8-bit kind of computers had started coming in, but the PC had still not come in at that time. So, you had HCL, DCM, ORG, that kind of stuff which was going on. But I think, information technology computation brought about a sea change. And it made a change in almost all businesses, the way things are done. So it was a wave, right? And the next change that one saw was the assurance of PC, and therefore the democratization of the entire information technology taking place, PCs moving on to the desktop and so on. And that was also the time that we launched PCQuest. Because we could see that there was a new breed of, yes, there were professional users, the CIOs and so on, but there were also individual enthusiasts and users, and that's why PCQuest was launched as another publication which was there. But again, if I look at the global picture, the bigger picture, then what it means is that you had a device that was then available in everybody's hands. And what that device meant was that there was a complete change in terms of productivity. Right? Then there was the internet, and that brought about the connectivity wave. And once again, when the internet came, you will see that each and every business changed, each and every business transformed. And there was a new kind of set of applications that started coming in because of this connectivity. And so now you had the democratization of the device, and then you had, of course, the entire connectivity piece which was coming on top. And then again, there was a device which caused the change as far as the next wave is concerned. And this particular device which was there was essentially your mobile phone. So now there was yet another device, still simpler to use, that came and so further democratization took place. The entire information technology started becoming ubiquitous and so on. And then, of course, the next change coming because of the cloud-related technologies and so on. So if I sort of focus on the future, then very clearly, and that is the theme this year when we are talking about deep tech, we are talking about next gen technologies. And I want you to see the bigger picture. That 10 years, 15 years later, when somebody starts talking about this time period, what is it that they will remember it by? Will they remember it as AI? Will they remember it as ML? Will they remember it as blockchain? Would they remember it as quantum? Would it be a metaverse? Would it be 5G? Would it be AR? Would it be VR? No. These are all components of the big story which is there. And the big story there is that there is a complete transformation which is going to take place in each and every business as we know. Your businesses, whatever it be, whether it is your toy manufacturer, your business is going to change in the next 15 years because of all these technologies that I talked about. If you're a cycle manufacturer, your business is going to change completely because of that. If you're a soap manufacturer, your business is going to change. So there is a fundamental change that is going to be brought about by these technologies in terms of the entire interaction that will take place. And by the way, this is not with businesses. This will also happen with your users, it will happen with the society, it will happen with people. At all levels, there is this change that will take place. And we are very fortunate to be right now in the middle of all that. And actually at Dataquest, what we did was that last year we created the first Dataquest Deep Tech Conclave. And there we looked at health tech, we looked at fintech, we looked at ed tech, we looked at different types of technology, business areas. We also looked at what is happening with, as I said, blockchain and this and that and so on. So there is a complete technology view. There is a complete view as far as the various business areas are concerned, and you need to marry those. The second big change, and I only want to talk about these two big changes today before I invite Mr. Anshu Prakash for the keynote address. The second big change which is taking place is in terms of the disruption that is taking place in the business models, which is getting caused because of, I would say, once again, I would say it is because of two different factors which are there. One of them is startups, okay. And the second factor is that you are now creating frameworks, you are creating platforms and so on. So just as what we saw, and Mr. Arun Seth referred to it just now, that UPI created a whole change in the entire BFSI space, and you had new technologies coming in, you had the boost being given to fintech, and today, I mean, when I go to the US, which of course I've not done for 2 years, I find that that's a third world country as far as fintech is concerned. The kind of payment systems that we have are far better here than what they are in the developed world. That is the kind of a thing which is today happening thanks to a platform that got created. And as I said, the second factor there is startups. Okay, startups are disrupting. So if you don't do it, somebody else is going to do it, right? And therefore, you have had so many unicorns getting created, more than 40 of them in this very year, which are all new companies, which are not any of the existing companies that are there. And so this is once again going to be the second major disruptive force in the next 15 years, is a continuous sort of a change that will be there in the next 15 years. So please see this big picture, different technology blocks creating a big change, as well as, this entire startup and the frameworks, once again creating a completely new way of working. And it is going to, as I said, affect the business of each and every person here in this room. With that, thank you very much, and I would request the MC to take over, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, PG, for the insightful session. So, I would like to invite Shri Anshu Prakash to welcome Pradeep Gupta sir. Sorry, with a bouquet. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Shri Anshu Prakash, former Secretary Telecom, a 1986 batch AGMUT cadre IAS officer. Anshu Prakash has served at various key positions with Government of India and the governments of Delhi and Goa. Before taking over as the Telecom Secretary, he served as the Chief Secretary of Delhi, Principal Secretary Health and Family Welfare, Additional Commissioner of MCD, and as Chairman and Managing Director of Delhi Transport Corporation. He has also served as Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor in the Ministry of Rural Development, Additional Secretary in Department of Heavy Industries of Ministry of Heavy Industries and Public Enterprises, Joint Secretary in Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and as a Director in the Department of Economic Affairs of Ministry of Finance and Company Affairs in the Indian government. Over to you, sir. Sir.
Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible? Yes, sir. Mr. Pradeep Gupta, his team, so many distinguished guests who are present in this hall. It is my honor and privilege to be present here amongst you for this event, which I believe is the 29th, and which is so closely related to the last assignment I held in the Government of India as Secretary Telecommunications. I must also thank Mr. Pradeep Gupta for inviting me, because this gives me an opportunity to touch base and to interface with so many friends in this industry who, like all of us, get simply so busy in the daily routine that till you are in the office, there is an interaction, and thereafter, it becomes difficult for all of us. I congratulate the awardees whose names were shared with me, and I believe the awards will be given by Dataquest later in the afternoon. I think it's a wonderful selection, and each person has excelled in the respective area for which he or she has been chosen for the award. I believe you've had an interesting previous session with my senior colleague, Dr. S Sharma, who has done so much for this sector. And he was having a discussion with another stalwart of the industry. So I'm sure it must have been very, very interesting. Post-COVID, this is my first formal. Post-COVID, I mean after the restrictions have been lifted. Of course, we all attend weddings and other functions. But formal functions have not really been organized, and I congratulate you for doing this. In fact, I discussed this with Pradeep Gupta that you must have an actual physical function. Virtual is nice, wonderful, saves time, and also the focus on face becomes even better. So the camera catches even the smallest of grin or grimace or whatever you want to say. But a physical interaction has its own advantages. And I quite...
Sir, I'd just like to add that this is a hybrid function, so it's also being live streamed.
Okay, so that's even better. So it gives an option like that. Okay. The theme about the technology and transformation and the next generation technology. Next generation, these are concepts which are not static. For any country, any society, there must be something which is treated as next generation, there's something which is this generation. Interspatially, intertemporally, these things will change. So it's dynamic. But broadly, yes, when we are talking of the next generation technologies, we are talking of 5G technologies and the related aspects of artificial intelligence, IoT, and blockchain, and the entire stack of technology which is now perhaps being captured in the digital communication revolution, because digital communication becomes the base, the vehicle on which all technology and technology applications will run and are running. That we have to adopt and adapt and transform ourselves to meet the opportunities or to catch the opportunities and meet the challenges of new technologies, any new technology. That is in a way a no-brainer. Yes, we have to do it. If we don't, we will not survive, we will lag behind, we will ultimately die and be forgotten. Some small speck of history we will become as a company, as an industry, as a nation, as humanity. So yes, that is something we all understand that we have to do it. The question is how, when, timing, speed, and what needs to be done so that this actually happens. Any new technology has to be seen by industry in terms of what needs of customers can be satisfied. And needs need not be felt needs. Anybody, and I'm sure all of you must be so familiar with marketing, would appreciate that consumer never even realizes what needs he or she has till somebody tells him that, okay, this is your need. I can't imagine now anybody in this room being able to sleep without air conditioner. I can't imagine anybody in this room being without a mobile telephone or without internet connectivity. We can't imagine people who can be walking barefoot unless they choose to do so. We would expect they would be having slippers. But these needs were told to the consumer, these needs are there. And that is the job of the entrepreneur. So, point which I'm trying to make is technology, yes. Transformation, yes. But the key is entrepreneurship. Because unless the entrepreneur realizes, understands, and seizes opportunities, it would be impossible for the entrepreneur and his company. And when we summate the macro picture of the industry to really transform, it's impossible. So that is a key aspect which must be kept in mind and must be encouraged by the society, by government in particular. And when Mr. Pradeep Gupta is talking of 40 unicorns this year and total next 3 years, we are doing quite well. It's so heartening. Of course, there's always a worry that, okay, it's going up and it should not bust and it should not happen that right now valuations are becoming high and we are coming into that unicorn era and then something happens. So that is where entrepreneurship, constant endeavor to upgrade, to become better, to avail of the opportunities which can be created from what the new technology offers. That has to be done all the time. And that is a competitive process. Only the best will win. And only the best should win. So that is what will happen. One common theme for all applications in new technology appears to be speed, instant, immediate. We want things fast. We may have started with instant coffee, instant soup, instant noodles, instant food, instant cricket. I was used to 5-day cricket when I was in school, college, and now we can't wait for 5 days. We want things immediately. Instant messaging. E-commerce, the deadline of 10-minute delivery, 8-minute delivery, 7-minute delivery, fast. Everything should be done immediately. And communication. This brings focus to one of the key aspects of digital communications, which is now being enabled through 5G technology. This is characterized by more speed, more capacity, and more reliability vis-a-vis 4G and its parent and or older generation technologies. But what I want to underline, technology will only succeed if we have the infrastructure to support the technology. Believe me, 5G will not succeed till we have the infrastructure for 5G. And the infrastructure for 5G cannot be created by 4 operators alone. It's impossible. There are so many stakeholders, and it is part of the political process. State governments, municipalities, panchayats, households. If nobody wants a mobile tower in their backyard or on the terrace, how will the signals come? I now stay in Defense Colony, and I can tell you, when I see Balaji here, I don't see representatives from Airtel or maybe there are some, and BSNL and Jio. Pathetic connectivity in one of the best colonies. So then I have to use all my leverage and all my strength and all my connections. And this is despite their best intention. Mobile companies will not like to lose customers. They like to give service. But what can they do if the infrastructure for connectivity is absent? So what will 5G do if we do not have sufficient number of towers which are required? Because as you all know, the 5G frequencies, they travel at distances which are much shorter. So you need capacity, you also need coverage. Where will you get it? I believe that the only way of success in this is when the political class, any party, I'm not talking any color, becomes an equal stakeholder in this. आज अगर किसी कॉलोनी के अंदर पानी नहीं आता, they will not vote for that person again. अगर सड़क खराब है, दिल से सड़क को रिपेयर करो तब हम वोट देंगे. I can visualize a situation where people will say, in our colony, unless you give us proper internet connectivity, we are not going to vote for you again. And once this happens, then a basic need which is emerging so fast will become also a part of our entire process of democracy, and things will be easier, affordable, doable. I think that's very, very critical. So technology and infrastructure must move together. That is my second point. The first one was about entrepreneurship. It's so important. Digital communications has become all pervasive. Some may say it has become all invasive. Also, it touches every part of our life. What we think, how we interact, which marketplace we decide to go, what is our going to be mode of shopping, who we will like, who we will dislike. The entire social media debate. So the impact is huge. Potentially, it is the digital communication media which will ultimately decide on how people actually vote. Because that is how their mind will be conditioned, what they will see. In this context, it is very important that the potential of the technology is reaped in a very responsible way. Otherwise, there will be hurdles, there will be roadblocks. So the industry leaders would do well that they have their own code of ethics, which may be more than what the law provides. I was happy to read in the paper today a statement by MOS IT about a self-imposed code, which they say if happens is very good. I think it's a good idea, and industry should look at it. In the infrastructure aspect, I must flag the Gati Shakti initiative of the current government of India. I think that's very, very critical. I was present in a few presentations which were made at that time to the Honorable Prime Minister by my other colleagues. And his vision on this was very clear. I said he remembered a house where the whole house was built but there was no staircase. So he said, what's the point? I mean, how can you reach the first floor, the second floor, there's no staircase? I mean, this is common sense. But yet people do these mistakes. A road will be constructed, beautiful, smooth road, without provisions for connectivity of internet or a water pipeline. And then that beautiful road will be dug again. In Delhi, we all have witnessed one agency digs, completes the work, then another agency comes, they start digging. So all the year around, for maybe 9 months out of 12 months, the road is being repaired. So Gati Shakti, the scheme, which will help and marry technology and infrastructure by facilitating that infrastructure is created at one go so that all can benefit and things become faster. A word about government and industry. In telecom, and Balaji will probably grin, I always had to face requests from industry that please do this, please do this, please do this. Genuine, legitimate requests, nothing wrong with that. Whereas if you talk to somebody from government, they'll always say, look, we're doing so much, industry is not responding. This is a perennial kind of a problem. In my view, industry and government has a permanent marriage, a permanent relationship. There's no divorce. And they have to live with each other. They have to thrive. And there is a symbiotic relationship. One cannot do without the other. It's impossible. The government has to be a facilitator. It has to be an enabler. It has to provide a level playing field. But it is the industry which has to then rise to the occasion in terms of enterprise, entrepreneurship, investments, getting technology. And technology is not something you go to the bazaar and you say, okay, give me 5 pieces of technology. You have to find applications for technology and make those applications in a manner that the consumer or whoever the customer is realizes the need that, oh, this can also happen. And it is given to him or her at affordable prices with good service levels. This is the circle which has to be navigated. So government will have its role, so will industry, and they must work together. I'm not talking about the civil society, I'm not talking about regulators, I'm taking government as a general term, industry as a general term. Fourth thing, I hope I'm not exceeding my time. It's okay, 5-7 minutes. Okay. We must be ahead or at least keep with the technology curve. Unfortunately, we always lag behind. UPI framework, etc. you mentioned, that's very good. But you look at our mobile sector, mobile phone sector. What happened in the world and when did we adopt it in India? There's always a time lag. It's been reducing. And 5G has been an opportunity where we can do it faster. But now we really need to roll out the network. I'm happy that it's been done this year. Because otherwise, again, it will be the same story. We lag behind. The security aspects of digital communications technology will always be an issue. We must find solutions. Some things have been done, but I think this will need to be addressed always. So when we transform to adopt new technology, we will have to factor this important aspect in our entire frame of what we're going to do. Privacy debate I've already flagged, so I will not waste time on that. But this again is going to be a major issue of adopting new technology. Citizens are going to become more conscious of their rights. They will be more guarded about what they should share and what they should not share. There's bound to be more litigation. There's bound to be more suits. There's bound to be court intervention, regulation. So we will do well if we set our norms, which are responsible, and which do not lead to a situation where there is an anti-reaction to what the new technology can do, should do. So this is again, because such reactions then would be setbacks, which we should not allow to happen. The entire value chain, when we talk about technology stack, In India, we have parts of it, parts of it don't. And with the geopolitical situation, we always have a problem. So the Atmanirbharta, which I interpret as self-reliance, not self-sufficiency. Self-reliance, that we should have the capacity to do it. Whether we actually do it or not would depend on the comparative advantage of what it takes to produce what where. After all, entire international trade is based on comparative advantage. It is not that we are all in autarky and each country have their own island and do everything on their own. No. It's not an efficient way of utilization of resources. Any economist will tell you. But then efficiency has to be seen vis-a-vis other aspects of security, of long-term implications. So there has to be a trade-off, there has to be a balance. So this aspect has to be again seen in our journey of transformation. And a lot of new schemes have been introduced by MeitY, also by Telecom and other departments. We need to work on this quickly and fast, efficiently. Affordability aspect, I've already said. Benefits of technology should flow to people at affordable prices. Otherwise, it will be with select people in select islands, not very good situation. Technology transformation must generate employment because new technology sometimes displaces employment. One person made rendered unemployed should at least turn into 3 jobs. Unless that happens, there's going to be social unrest. And there'll be then hurdles to new technology. What happens where, we don't know. In a heated system, some link will break somewhere. But employment is key in a labor, I won't call it surplus, but labor sufficient economy like India. Human capital and R&D. These are two aspects which again are very important. I'm focusing on macro terms. Human capital, yes, we need to invest in human capital. And R&D, yes, we can't keep on just emulating and copying. We need to stand on our own feet. So R&D investment is required, which requires deeper pockets. Maybe government can help, but then we have to work around this problem and solve it. Health and environment are two areas which are again going to cause a lot of problems. With usage of mobile, people are having all kinds of health problems, not due to the mobile phone, but due to the posture. Usage of computer, bending, with all kinds of problems at young ages. Addiction to a particular use. I mentioned this earlier when I was in health, actually for a long time. NIMHANS, Bangalore, way back in 2016, started a de-addiction program for mobiles. People were actually having medical symptoms and they didn't have their mobiles with them. And so these are aspects you have to see. And environment. All of us, as we grow richer, healthier, are going to become more conscious of our health and our environment. So as entrepreneurs and industry, when we are transforming for the next generation technology, we must keep in mind the impact on health and environment and take steps that mitigation is done at the threshold, at the very incipient stage. CSR then becomes corporate social responsibility, and this I'm talking not of individual corporations, of industry as a whole becomes very critical. Because many of these things which I said get covered in CSR, which does not mean I start a hospital somewhere, I educate 10 students, give clothes to, I mean, not that, not that. These are very minor things. CSR, according to me, should focus at fundamental issues which impact the interface of industry with the society. That aspect must be taken care of. And it is a question of perception. You may be doing your best, but society may not perceive so. So perception building is critical, which needs some investment in terms of thinking and time. so that all stakeholders, especially our customers, are with us and they understand what we are doing. They appreciate what we are doing. And then they become our ambassadors to say, no, what is being done is right. Which intrinsically should be right. एक झूठ को 100 बार झूठ बोल के सच नहीं कर सकते, सच होना ही पड़ेगा, पर वो सच को लोग सच समझें, सच को झूठ ना समझें, ये परसेप्शन है, ये हमको देखना पड़ेगा. Reform, Mr. Gupta talked about telecom reform. Okay, it was something which happened in my time, but it's an ongoing process. It's dynamic. It's not a one-time thing. Any sector has to grow, and while growing, it has to reform. Reform means change. Industry also has to change. A lot of challenges are there, but this is an ongoing thing in all sectors, in all economies, in all processes. So what should be changed for the good should be changed, but you cannot at times do things which disturb the status quo because there's so much of value attached to different things. So there are issues, but this is an ongoing thing, and I'm sure my successors and the current team, industry, they're doing a good job and many things they are taking forward. But industry must rise to take advantage of reforms. If it doesn't, then it becomes a futile exercise. So I have raised, Mr. Gupta, a number of issues which we, and when we say we're talking of industry right now, need to address while we strive, which we have to survive, to transform our entire process, thinking, company, parameters, vision, while adopting the next generation technologies, which we know and new opportunities will emerge. And our mind should always think laterally to be able to visualize opportunities and encash them. So thank you very much for your patient hearing, and I think I'll exceed my time. Thank you.
Sir, there is one question which has come from audience. I know it's a keynote, but if you do not mind, what is your view on the satellites? Whether satellites can play a critical role in providing ubiquitous connectivity and bridge the digital divide?
Okay. I see one person who's not a satellite operator sitting here. Any satellite related person here in this audience? You are representing? Okay. And you? Same. Okay. See, I think the digital communication ecosystem has to have place for wireless, wireline, and now the satellite communication. All these three together constitute the ecosystem. Now, satellite communication essentially, and this is based on my discussion with industry leaders, is more expensive and it is going to impact in terms of reaching areas which are unreached. Remote islands, some vessel on the sea, desert areas. Unless the price at which the offering is made falls so much, it can compete with what by our normal mobile wireless communication is being offered by our mobile players. Giving a those pricing appears to be a challenge because there's certain equipment and etc. which is required, which is very high, and then there are going to be numbers. Now, if this space is there, which is there, how large is it to accommodate how many players is the key question. Because what one has been seeing and reading, India as a market is attracting a lot of satellite communication players. So that is something we'll have to see how it rolls out. But according to me, there will have to be synergy between wireless, wireline, and satellite. And wireless, wireline is very clear because mobile wireless communication cannot function unless you have satellite, you have backhaul. And backhaul, which you can actually give by wireline, is much, much higher than what you can give otherwise, though we are talking of various band of spectrum which can use for backhaul. Yes, that is true. But then there are issues of climate and distance. That can also happen. And then there are certain hurdles about the pricing and whether they should be auctioned, they should not be auctioned, which are legacy issues, which cannot be just decided by a stroke decision file. I doubt they cannot be because there are Supreme Court orders and things like that. So to sum up, satellite communication based connectivity has certainly its place in our ecosystem of communication. I don't think it will be so large that it will be a threat to either wireline or to mobile wireless communication. I don't think so. And it has its advantages. And I think most companies will end up having a system where they have ownership or interest or partnership in all of them. And that is how they'll be able to give best service to the customer.
Thank you, Ben. You talked about this evening's award function, but I would just like to share with all of you that Voice and Data also does its awards, which were done in the month of March, and that was a virtual event that we had done, and we had the Telecom Person of the Year, and that Person of the Year award had gone to Mr. Anshu Prakash. And let me also state the reasons why, because in his tenure there were some very, very major changes in the entire telecom structure, structural changes which were brought about in the telecom sector. The industry had been really reeling under serious financial issues, needed restructuring to be done, and some very, very bold decisions to be taken there. The entire AGR issue had to be addressed, that how, the industry can get breathing time. And so, while the issues had been there for almost about 1.5 decades, but nobody was able to take very bold decisions, but the political leadership and the bureaucratic leadership under Mr. Anshu Prakash took those decisions, restructured the entire AGR, ensured that the sector did not become a duopoly, and the reverse thing which happened after a very, very long time in India, where a private company gave stake to the government. So these were some very fundamental decisions which were taken, and that is why Mr. Anshu Prakash was the Telecom Person of the Year. So, sir, at that time it was a virtual function, but today we would just like to personally hand over physically the trophy also.
Thank you so much, Prakash, for the keynote. This event is live streaming on our social platforms, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. You can also tweet about the event using hashtag DQConclave 2022. Also, please visit the stalls outside of our partner, GoTo and Site 24/7. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the next panel, CXO panel discussion on multi-cloud, flexibility, agility, and economy. From private to public to hybrid cloud, we have now reached a stage where multi-cloud is not a luxury but a necessity. Going forward to survive in any business, I would like to invite panelists for the session. Dr. Chandrasekhar Devra, CIO Specialty Chemicals SRF Limited. He has over 19 years experience in IT solutions for business transformation and consulting. He has expertise in driving large and complex IT solutions. Next is Mr. Kamal Kashyap, Director and Country Manager, Storage Business Unit, Hewlett Packard Enterprise. Kamal leads HPE's storage business group, including primary storage, all flash and hybrid storage, collaborative platforms, big data storage, and hyper-converged infrastructure solution for HPE in India. Next panelist is Sameer Mathur, founder and CEO of SM Consulting. He has overall 30 years experience of, and he worked in the Wipro NIIT, also 20 years of entrepreneurial experience. And next panelist is Sarvani Bhatia, Senior Vice President IT at Dainik Jagran. She has experience of almost 3 decades in the industry. And the session is moderated by Mr. Anil Chopra, VP, Research and Consulting, CyberMedia Research. Over to you, Anil.
Good morning, and thank you so much for joining me on this panel. I think it's a very interesting panel because from starting to talk about cloud, and then there were multiple clouds, then there was hybrid cloud, private cloud. You know, we've had a terrific journey, but I think it's important now to really talk about this aspect where organizations have actually started to use, multiple clouds. And as I was talking in my session in the morning, that large enterprises are actually largely using private cloud, followed by hybrid. And we're seeing digital natives and startups and SMBs, tending to use public cloud more. Although public cloud is used everywhere, but still we see more of that. So it's important to have a discussion around this because when we look at the usage of the cloud, there are many factors that actually come in. When we talk about what to really put where in terms of workload, in terms of security, in terms of standard, there are so many different aspects to really talk about. So to start with you, Dr. Devra, the topic is about flexibility, agility, and economy. When we talk about adoption of cloud, so if you really want to be flexible and agile within the budget, do you? I mean, do you really look at multi-cloud as an option and as the only option as a way forward? Should you really look at that? Is it now really the new reality as we have been seeing as a practitioner, as somebody who's actually looking at IT? What are your views around multi-cloud?
Thanks, Anil. So, interesting questions that you see multi-cloud versus a single player. So, I think actually when we start our journey with the cloud, the basic problem you see comes into the mind of promoter or the stakeholder is the security of the data. So, I think you see most of the cloud players actually try to convince on the security part. So I think if you flip the question, you think that you see everything is unsecure on the cloud and your data may go into the wrong hand, then how do you handle it? So I think to handle it, one aspect is that you see either you obfuscate your complete data, you do complete obfuscation, or you do encryption. Okay? And then you put that data into you see one cloud and taking the data the same copy on the another cloud as your business continuity plan. So we have to. There is no choice. There is the cloud is the only choice. We now it's become an essence to operate for the IT teams. We have to go into the cloud. The only thing is that we have to find the solutions from the IT perspective, rather than you see the vendor is giving the idea that it's secure. Now, I think this way, I think we can go into the multi-cloud and DC obfuscate, and basically you can put your data into two or three places, and then if something goes wrong, and you can get back those data. So, what I think, this is the best solution.
Okay. So you bring an interesting perspective, especially when you talk about moving to the cloud and you look at security aspect. And that is obviously a concern for everyone, according to various studies also. And yes, it is a concern. You put up the data in the cloud. How do we look at security? One small loophole and the entire data can actually get compromised. But then, yeah, one solution to that would be, if you're using cloud, repatriate some of that. And we're actually seeing some of that trend also happening in the industry. The companies are actually looking at, enterprises are looking at, repatriating workloads from public cloud into a private cloud. So that is a question to you, Kamal, in terms of looking at some of the repatriation triggers. Dr. Deva said that one solution is to look at multi-cloud and all that. But what are some of the triggers for repatriation? Would security be one of them, or saving having your confidential data because of that you want to repatriate and all that? What are some of the repatriation?
Thanks for bringing me in. And I think the topic actually defines the answer to your question, because it's about flexibility, agility, and economy. And additionally, the point that Dr. Deva said about security, right? And these are the reasons against which any CIO or organization evaluates multiple options that are presented today, whether it's private cloud, public cloud, and so on and so forth. Because obviously they want to be agile, they want to have availability of data to all the stakeholders as and when required. So any app, you might have the most wonderful app, it really does not serve any purpose. It does not serve your customers or partners or internal employees unless it has access to data all the time. You might have the best data innovators, you might have the best analysts, but they obviously also need access to the data at the right point in time. But all of it needs to happen at the right cost, because you cannot assign the same dollar value to every gigabyte which is part of your organization, right? Different data streams will have different economic value and stuff like that. And then the question of security, which irrespective of whether you're talking about it on the edge, on the core, on the cloud, or on a hybrid cloud, is a factor that you need to account for. And when you look at people making those decisions, whether kind of keep it something which is already running on a public cloud, keep it there or bring it back, or vice versa, these are the factors that define, right? And we're seeing a lot of organizations looking at the changing regulatory landscape, for example. So regulatory landscape is a big criteria when you're looking both from security perspective as well as compliance perspective on whether you can keep it on the public cloud, is the public cloud, or the hosting is in the sovereign national boundaries, or what is the criteria around that. Then there is cost, obviously, right? So sometimes the organizations find themselves paying not just for utilizing the data that you're putting, but also if they want to repatriate it back. So you have egress costs and ingress costs and stuff like that. And when you apply all this, and especially when you look at the regulatory environment, security, and all that stuff, a lot of applications just make sense to have a whole lot of stuff on-prem. Now, how to do it while ensuring agility as well as flexibility and economy is the question that we're trying to answer as infrastructure organizations, to give the ability to have the economic experience of cloud, which is the flexibility in terms of how you pay, how you consume, and stuff like that, as well as the operational needs, right? Because that was one big reason for a lot of organizations to look at cloud, which was the operational ease that it provided. So you could do 2 clicks, you could kind of like abstract the infrastructure from the usage, right? So a normal user, and that's when you look at things like unified data ops from HP and all, it bringing the operational ease to the on-prem environment. And hence that is, in a nutshell,
So we are saying that by repatriating, you can still get that level of ease, flexibility, agility by even moving on-prem, which is basically probably the main lure for moving to the public.
The reality would be that any organization, and you rightly mentioned it in your opening remarks, that will have apps which are going to be on-prem completely, which are going to be on hybrid, which are going to be on cloud. Because that's the way the reality is going to be. They're going to be on edge, they're going to be on core and stuff like that. So the ability to actually have data view across this, the ability to have the right dollar per GB in terms of economy, as well as availability to the right stakeholders at the right point of time is what is going to happen.
So coming to when we look at cloud native, Shivani, we hear a lot of things about now having cloud native, having your applications that are cloud ready. Are we moving now from being cloud native to really multi-cloud native? I mean, if you want to stay competitive in the global market, is that now really the new mantra?
So, yeah. So today, as this is 75%, I was just reading an EVA and ASCOM survey. 75% organizations are already on the cloud, and it is predicted by 2024, 90% organizations would have adopted the cloud. There's no denying the popularity of the cloud trend, and it's a no-brainer, the benefits that it gives, right? And the and organizations are on different stages of their cloud journey. While some are reaping the benefits of cloud completely, some are cloud native, which were born in the cloud era, while some like us are traditional companies which do not find it very easy to start their cloud journey just for the heck of it. There were so many things to be, weighed. The trend of hybrid cloud in Indian organizations, I think, is more suited for various reasons. Now, while cost efficiency, flexibility, scalability, all of these low time to market, all of these are the obvious benefits for the startups, for the new age companies, for the SMEs. The other, larger organizations which have been there for a large time, which have invested heavily in their data centers already, they cannot dump it all. They have a lot of legacy applications running, or maybe applications running smoothly. So they need to think twice. They need to do a cost benefit analysis before moving onto the cloud. So they would maybe prefer to stay on with their data center or have their own private cloud, which will help them reap the benefits of having more control on their data, so to speak, or they may belong to a vertical in the industry, which requires for compliance and regulatory purposes to have data on-prem. So it makes more sense. It also depends on the CFO, the budget, and the business goals of the organization. So it makes complete sense to have a hybrid mix of cloud architecture where you have private, public, where it tips more towards the private or more towards the public depends entirely on the nature of the business, on the reasons for adopting cloud. While all these commoditized consumable services take off a lot from the CIO's plate, your basic solutions are all provided for, and you can focus more on the strategic goals. So it makes complete sense to take these basic solutions off the cloud. But there are certain mission critical uh, applications which you may need to want to have more control over. Also, you need to think whether you have the manpower, because cloud provisioning and cloud architecture can be really complex for large organizations with varied applications. So and that can be disastrous if not planned properly. So that also needs to be taken into consideration. So yes, a mix of public-private cloud is definitely the trend today, and organizations are preferring more and more of that hybrid kind of architecture rather than just jumping onto the public cloud bandwagon.
So basically, so what you say is that yes, we are now moving into a multi-native cloud, not necessarily just a single cloud, but
Single cloud, but
yeah,
a
multi-cloud native is what we I think, but as you rightly said, that about the survey that 90% of organizations majority of them are going to be SMEs. I mean, there is SMEs who have resort to the public cloud. And SMEs, we have actually been working with SMEs for a long time, and you kind of understand them inside out from the what sort of challenges they face. What do you think are some of the challenges today for SMEs for adopting?
Thanks, Anil. So, see, the challenges at the MSME level are quite similar, for example, large enterprises. But I think the one of the biggest challenges, of course, manpower, quality of manpower, lack of knowledge, that's all there. One of the biggest issues that we have faced in trying to convince customers to shift to any kind of cloud, hybrid or multi or private or public, is lack of awareness also. And we found that the industry where I come from, I've been in the industry for more than 3 decades now. We are trying to kind of complicate and make it more technical rather than demystifying the technology around cloud. All these terms, the virtualization, the VMwares, is kind of putting the fear of God and fear of technology into the mind of the SME owners. And that's why, and of course, the quality of manpower at SME is also not too great in terms of understanding cloud. So the biggest challenge is the lack of understanding and knowledge at the ownership level. Of course, the absence of the right vendors, right? So a company like HP would be, of course, present all over the country, but the lack of knowledge of the concerned vendor who is the supplier to that customer is also a known challenge, which becomes which really adds to the myth of topics like cost, topics like lack of manpower, कि वो data चला जाएगा sir, and then we will not have control. So to counter sir's question about security, we normally tell the SME owners that the data is much more secure in the cloud because it's been run managed by somebody who has no interest in your business, right? Amazon or Microsoft or HP Cloud or IBM Cloud is their people are not so much interested in taking all your data as your own employees, as your own ex-employees, as people, somebody that you might have given a warning in the morning that you know, he's the likely the most person, highly likely that he's the one who do something wrong with your data. And it's a known fact that most of the leakages happen from in-house only. So, answering your question, I think that's the biggest challenge that we face from the SME.
That's interesting to know, considering that on one side we're saying that 90% organizations are going to be adopting multi-cloud, the other we're saying that awareness is still a major challenge amongst the SMEs.
So Arun, let me tell you, we survive only on MSME advisory, and not even 25% customers are on cloud. Not even 25. And I'm talking of companies with 1,000 crore plus turnover. None of our customers are below 1,000 crore turnover. But not even 25% are on cloud. They all want to go to cloud. It's on HPs and the other person to give them the comfort that nor are we going to run away, nor is the vendor going to run away. We are there.
Wow, that's interesting. Very, very interesting to know that. There are SMEs in the country and even large companies also where awareness is a very challenge. Yeah, please.
Just wanted to add here, which sir has rightly talked about. You see, it is our fear that you see somebody will steal my data, and we still feel as a Indian household people earlier used to think that you see my gold is safe at my home, but it's not. But it's more safe in the bank's locker. So the same way, it is interesting that I feel that you see in my server room my data is more safe, but I think it is more vulnerable than the cloud. So that's the one part. So it depends upon the industry to industry, which industry we are. Okay. So if we are in normal manufacturing industry where the data is not basically IP driven kind of, so I think yes, cloud is a straight fit for them. But suppose you are in research and innovation like ours, we are in the specialty chemical business or fluorine chemistry, and it's a lot of scientists and design engineers works with us. So everything bread and butter is for us technology. Correct? So coming to that part of area, like if you talk about chemistries or pharmaceuticals where the people do a lot of innovations, and we are really scared about our IP data, where my chemistry lies, where my design lies. If you get to know about our recipes, okay, and if somebody knows about the design, they can create brands, okay, within no time. So here there is a challenge. And second challenge, I can tell you that if your scientists or design engineers are in any company are interacting, then we should be very, very careful that you see there was some basically some rumors was going on about X platform or Y platform, that they keep on recording and the servers are at X particular country, and you see they may provide your recording to their scientists to crack that molecule, and before you launch to the world, they will be able to launch based on your research and innovation which you have put 2 3 years. So this is one of the areas, sir, I was talking
Kamal, I think this question definitely comes to you because absolutely this concern is very much there amongst large enterprises that IPR, if the data is moving across multiple countries, and obviously there's going to be apprehensions about, irrespective of how secure a cloud is, there's going to be apprehensions about that, which is where obviously moving, such complex workloads to the cloud becomes a major challenge. So as a tech vendor, what is really your advice, to them?
Okay, so I think very, very pertinent points coming up, and just kind of shows the spectrum across which technology is operating, right? Right from SMEs to spatially large enterprises who have a lot of IP which needs to be protected for the business to be successful. So hence what we're saying is that it is not a one size fit all environment. A public cloud, whatever it might be, might not even in a SME or in a large organization cover the entire spectrum of the requirement. Even within a large organization, might cover only a limited spectrum of the requirement, and hence the reality would remain hybrid. There would be stuff which would definitely make sense: flexibility, economy, SLA, performance, cost to be kept on-prem, but in a cloud-enabled platform. And there would be stuff which just makes sense because it's so routine, so mundane that it can be comfortably kept on a public cloud. But once again, you will need to have a security layer or a policy layer which runs across all this. So the end of the day, and I think that's what the gentleman and ma'am were talking about, the architecture, what you design, is going to be giving you the comfort that my data is safe, irrespective of whether it's on-prem or on a hybrid cloud or a private cloud. And hence, what we're saying is that you look at your data spectrum and define the policies that you would want to apply. Have the ability to deploy these policies at the cost framework that you would want to apply. So net, what our proposition is to give the ability to get this whole cloud operational experience to your on-prem infrastructure, so that you're able to separate the underlying infrastructure from the user. The user can simply define, for example, I'll just take one example of, let's say, I want to provision storage, right? So the user doesn't need to be a storage administrator. You don't need to have those kind of expensive resources all the time available, or have them look at something else. And the user just says, I need this much capacity, this much performance, and this SLA, and I need this level of protection. And that's how the stuff gets designed. So whether you're keeping your data on cloud or you're keeping it on-prem, you need to have a strategy around how you're going to run your PCP, how are you going to protect yourself against ransomware, to exactly his point about IP, how I'm going to protect against internal or external threats which can impact my data availability or my data security, right? And once you have this architecture, now from HPE, they're very, very simplistic solutions from a usage perspective. They're complex technologies, but for an administrator user, they are the simple GUI managed stuff where you can do a BCPDR between an on-prem and a cloud and another cloud, and between various forms of clouds and stuff like that. And all of this is available as a service. So you really don't need to kind of keep a large amount of capex investment. Even if you are a 1,000 crore enterprise or you are a 20,000 crore operational experience from that simplified perspective, and have the comfort of having it on-prem, so you're not worried about regulatory and other parameters that define how you're going to store your data, how you're going to comply with various legal and other requirements that come from
So essentially, it's giving the same cloud-like experience on-prem. Yeah.
I'd like to add, having a good partner, a knowledgeable or a partner who can guide you to the best optimum mix for your what you have.
Yeah, but from a user perspective, Shivani, what would be, your advice, or how do you really strike the right balance? Because we are having this constant discussion about, everyone's talking about having something on-prem and then there's something on the cloud. How do you really strike the balance of what should be there? Because now there are multiple workloads and there are multiple cloud options available. So the next big question and the challenge is, what do I
The
do where?
most pertinent question I would say is to find that optimum mix and strike the right balance, because cloud mature enterprises are those which move to the cloud at the right time for the right reasons and the right workloads. Depends entirely on your workload. Now, I come from a media organization which of course, Dainik Jagran is the flagship product, which is a print publication. But we do in this digital age cannot ignore the digital side of it. And pandemic, of course, gave a boost to digitization. So we have these digital verticals which cater to the mobile apps or the websites, Jagran.com or your Dainik Jagran app, the newspaper, etc. Now these need to churn out content uh, quickly, and they need to churn out very fast. They need to roll out apps quickly. So speed to market is of key there. And because consumer preferences is the key to monetization. How well you serve your consumers, how well you know their preferences. So consumer segmentation, consumer analytics of their preferences, etc. So you serve the right content to your right target consumer. So all of these consumer-oriented things, it makes total sense. It's a no-brainer that you move on to a cloud platform where you can make use. And there are so many. When we began our journey, there were no cloud solutions cut out for industry vertical, for say the media. So very gingerly we would begin with the DR solution or something, when we began our cloud journey. But now there are customized solutions available for the media. So from production to distribution, with good CDNs inbuilt, there is no latency loss, and you can really serve your end consumers. So that consumer-oriented, application can of course go to the cloud. The employee collaboration, the productivity management is a very routine thing where it's there and you have plenty of choices. So it's a no-brainer that you take a cloud solution and you set going. The pandemic again was an example where we needed to collaborate, where we needed to monitor productivity of the employees working remotely, and that was the need of the hour. And cloud solutions were better than using one of the services available readily on the cloud. Whereas for the business management, for the more the ERP side, if it is running smoothly, and you have a good data center where it is available, where it is already running tailor-made to your organization, you're getting a good performance. If you have engineered systems like we do, we prefer to keep it on-prem. That is where data is required as a dashboard, across finally your senior management would be. There again, cloud solutions would work very well because you would have transparency and access to your data dashboards where you need to monitor your entire enterprise, what better options you have. So you need to see actually the reason why you need to move, the kind of how does it add value to your, does it help, is it aligned to your business goals, does it help to build in some operational efficiency, does it actually bring in cost efficiency? Because if you see large applications which involve, like ours has a footprint, our organization has a footprint right across the length and breadth of the organization, and there are numerous transactions. Does it even make sense to move into the cloud? Because if you need that kind of efficiency, your cost per unit will also scale up. So in the long run, this major benefit, which is always given as a cost saving, might actually end up throwing a surprise at you. you've not provisioned carefully. So you really need to weigh all of this because this is long term. Implementing the cloud is easy to do, but migrating needs proper planning because it will have a long term and company wide impact. So really needs a lot of planning there. So you need really to weigh the cost and benefits and see the kind of nature of the workload, the nature of the target audience, and of course the budgets is an important consideration here. Apart from things like IP, things like regulations, which require where data needs to be, and of course the key thing here is to find a good partner and keep repeating because who can hold your hand, give you that vision, give you the roadmap ahead, and so you can execute this journey successfully. And you should be very careful that you don't end up getting locked in with a solution which doesn't work for you, and then you instead of being flexible, you actually lose your agility and you're stuck there. That's one I've seen many of my peers suffering and complaining about that. So that's one aspect which also needs to be worked.
No, I think you raised some very, very valid points, and that can go into a lot of other points and of debate and all that. Uh, so very interesting. Yeah, cost benefit analysis is there, and having chosen the right partner is there, and all that. Samir, what would you advise in terms of choosing the right cloud partner for some of your considering that even awareness is not there, as you rightly said. What would be some of the advice?
So then one thing that we try to do with SME owners is not try to sell cloud as a cost saving measure. So I don't think cloud saves cost for SMEs, especially in the first few years. Actually increases your cost, right? So that's I think a myth. Like I said, demystify technology. Cloud doesn't actually save your cost. So the reason we try to convince our customers is that like you outsource your tea making to a vendor outside, somebody else makes tea for you. So cloud management of your IT is not your core area. Most of our customers are manufacturing customers. They are in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. That's why I said the adoption is below 25%. And for them, obviously, managing IT is not their core area, nor it will be, never be. मैं of course comes from an industry which has adopted IT from 20 years. आप लोगों ने start ही IT से करा था. You were never without IT. So but other I'm talking of manufacturing, I'm talking of steel, I'm talking of mills where IT is still considered a function to be handled by the IT. It doesn't bother me. I'm manufacturing head, so I will not bother about IT. So there these kind of issues come. So like I said, cost in terms of cost, we don't talk of cost. We said that this is something that you don't have expertise and you will not get expertise in the 10 years. No good CIO will come and work for you in this small town. And of course, anyway, you can't anyway afford to hire them. So you better outsource it to a cloud vendor, and that's the first step that we start using them. So in terms of cost, we don't talk about this. Other thing is that we were discussing. We didn't discuss that, but I think that's part of the topic is the difference between cloud, and the hybrid cloud. A lot of people kind of confuse the two, especially in the SME market. Where for them, everything is either cloud or multiple cloud means the same as hybrid cloud. So, like you mentioned, that a lot of their applications are still native applications which are not cloud ready. And for them, hybrid is something that is, I think, it's not a choice. They have to go hybrid from day one. Coming back to the point, the market size in tier 2, tier 3 cities, it's hungry. They are hungry for the right people to come and tell them the right solution, give them that hand holding, give them that trust, that confidence that we are there and this is not your core area. Please have confidence. I'm sure all this is music to your ears, which you already know. So this one thing I would like to add here, the cost of transportation. You see? So interestingly, we did some POC for implementing the COVID protocol. Okay. So on the cloud, the solution was commercially viable. That was okay. But what happened when we actually the person said that you just do nothing. This is my cost proposition, but
you take care of the data transfer. So when we connected with the transporter, these NETs line, and interestingly, we found that the cost of transportation was coming much higher than the original solution. So this is the one of the key area we have to take account for it. The cloud provider should also talk about the cost of transportation,
especially in tier 2 and tier 3 cities.
I think this is true for tier one also, because if you want to stream your if you want to stream the video, okay, and you want to ensure that the two people should not come the cross proximity, okay, so then you will be streaming your suppose plant camera 200 camera you are streaming, and how much they are said that we need 2 Mbps for each camera, okay, SD camera. Then we will actually give the alert that if 2 person is breaking the COVID protocol, then will be alert to HR. Like that. Okay. So the solution was much more cheaper on the cloud. Okay. If the data provided, if you get the data, correct? And the cost of transportation was very, very high.
Yeah, one thing I would like to add Anil, here is that with the upcoming personal data protection bill should be presented either in the July session, monsoon session, or the next session. Once this bill becomes an act, the privacy of the personal data, now of course includes non-personal data also, which is like opening up a can of worms. But even if you were to look at only personal data and ensuring privacy of the personal data without cloud, this is going to be impossible for smaller anywhere. I mean, smaller company, large companies, and of course, I'm sure all of you know that this is going to be mandatory for all of us to adhere to that law, which means that all personal data within the organization, whether employee personal data or you're carrying customer personal data, like if you're an e-commerce company or whatever, their laws are going to be very, very stringent, and penalties are one of the highest in the world, including the criminal penalties for the management. So those kind of solutions for SMEs to implement without cloud is going to be no, it's going to be impossible.
So slight amount of disagreement, but first I wanted to respond to this point that your case was a very classical example of HTML, right? So if you actually do not, even in case of an on-prem solution, if you're trying to bring all the data back to your data center and doing the analytics, it's going to be expensive. The best case is to do an edge analytics there and just transport back the exceptions. If people are maintaining distance or any video surveillance environment, you really don't need to transport back unless it's regulatory required everything. You just need to transport back the exceptions and have a record of those. If you're maintaining distance, you really don't need to, capture that and all. And that's a beautiful way of doing it. And hence, what I was coming to is that for everything there are, and when I say on-prem, I include colo environment and stuff like that, which kind of takes away that. It's just not a non-public cloud kind of environment where you can pick up and implement all these technologies on a consumption basis, right? And especially for mid-sized growing enterprises or large enterprises across the spectrum, the whole as a service concept is kind of really beautiful because it gives you access to the technology that you want. Gives it to you at the economic scale that you want, and still gives you the comfort of all the regulatory requirements or the comfort of just from a policy or owner perspective, having my data in my control kind of scenario. So our partner Orbit is there somewhere in the room. They are implementing, for example, a backup as a service. Not implementing their app, they have implemented and they're supporting backup as a service for one of the large organizations, which had the same concern because they have a very IP around the manufacturing process and the data that they would want to, the customer want to maintain on. Obviously, full-fledged costs a lot. So this backup as a service, for example, I'm just taking one. You can take backup of your data in an immutable way and hence comply to all the regulatory requirements on-prem or extend the same to a public cloud, a secure public cloud instance for a long-term potential. So you can have the benefit of both, which is to have an on-prem copy, which you can retrieve quickly and stuff like that, but have an immutable copy on a public cloud, which is there for long-term retention, keep your dollar per GB low and stuff like that. And the regulation that you're talking about is very, very interesting because financial service industry is already running with that. And for a lot of stuff, so it's just not about data security, it's also about data availability for them. And they are under pressure for a lot of penal implications to the management in case there are any breaches. So the architecture they're evolving across private and public cloud is that, and it will come down to the scale where SME could also take benefit of that as well. So cloudification, and I completely agree with you, is primarily from a ease of use perspective, where you can take away, abstract the complexity of the technology from the end user who is there to kind of take benefit of the privileges and the data and the access the technology or solutions the technology provides, gives them the dashboard and stuff like that. Senior management is not bothered how you're putting the dashboard together. They're just interested in seeing that. And for that, I'm sure ma'am would have to work across the workload and app spectrum to actually pull all this data together and present, right? And that's, I think, what is the key, because that's what would matter to the business end of the day.
Yeah, thanks. I think, and that also brings us to the end of the panel. We have maybe about 40 seconds. We've not given the audience any chance to ask any questions. So I'm going to open the house to see if maybe one question, if the audience has, anybody has one question, maybe. There's a question there. Can you please take the mic? Can somebody please give the mic there?
Goswami from Bank of Maharashtra. I just wanted to know the scenario presently cloud and device, particularly public sector. It's also very.
I'm sorry, we're able to hear him. I think. Can we raise up the volume, please? No.
I was asking whether the cloud is now getting into the banks also, in any scenario. I know for sure that RBI has a mandate that all backup of bank data has to be on the cloud. So there is a mandate there as per RBI regulations, that I know for sure.
Private or public? Private bank or public?
Private or public? The cloud. You mean the private bank or private cloud? Private cloud. No, they don't define the. They have not defined that, but it's a mandate, and it obviously next step is like I was talking about the personal data. Obviously, as a bank, you're carrying personal data, and I'll just give you an example that we conducted a DPI, a data protection impact assessment of a leading insurance broker. I'm giving you an example of insurance broker because we club you into a BFSI, the banking and insurance industry, and there were major red flags there. And coming back to your question, yes, it is mandatory for all banks to keep DR, of course, have a BCP plan, have a DR plan, and BCP plan will mean that you have to have your data in a different seismic zone, right? Obviously, always need this. Any bank will started this? All banks.
Yeah, all banks are. So if you look at a classical bank or even a manufacturer, there is always a core, right? So core banking is the core in a bank, ERP is core in a manufacturing, and then there are a lot of other applications, right, which are supplementary applications. It could be loan management, it could be forex, and so on and so forth, right? So core classically is on-prem, and they kind of try to cloudify the core as well. So the big core banking solution providers, whether it's Finacle or TCS, they kind of cloudifying their own apps, but they're going to largely remain on-prem because of the amount of latency and the data requirement that you have, right? On the other banking applications, which have slowly become as critical as the core banking, right? Because that's how you function both from a commercial banking as well as a consumer banking perspective. There is an initiative across banks, whether you look at any of the large banks, don't want to take names, to set up a private cloud infrastructure for that. And for some of it, people are kind of using pieces of public cloud for backup, or for the peripheral applications like which are best served out of cloud. They're allowed to do that as long as it does not violate the data policy. But largely, the initiative is to cloudify the internal applications, set up on a private cloud, and extend it across the BCP and DR environment to both meet the RTO as well as the RTO requirements.
Thank you, sir.
We'll just take one more question because we're really out of time.
First of all, good morning, everyone. And my name is Ravi, and I'm from Institute of Directors. My question is to Mr. Shami. That it's very easy and easy for them convincing to the management that one organization should opt a cloud. But after opting it, every data is getting stored on the cloud. And when the IT people wants to recover it back, or there are so many the clauses. When we want us the data to be back or to migrate to some other server. So somehow we get a response from them that uh, it's easy to migrate, but we will not delete your data. In future, if you come back and if you want your data to be back on our server, you want to reuse it. So you have to pay it. So there is a lack of transparency that is still missing, and people are getting suffered when they actually go for it.
No, I don't think retrieving your own data is an issue with any cloud vendor. I'm sure.
But there is a cost. There is a hidden cost. Once you
So yes, like it was mentioned that the SLA that you signed and the agreement that you signed with the cloud vendor, and I didn't get the name of your organization, but I am assuming that
I'm from Institute of Directors.
Institute of Directors.
Yes.
Okay. So I think it is part of the initial negotiations and the SLA that you should sign with them, and it's your data. Retrieving your data, even if it is a cost, should be part of the overall agreement that you do with the cloud vendor. Maybe ma'am can throw more data.
I think
Yeah, so I think ma'am covered it and she talked about it. There is always a data ingress and egress cost in cloud. And that's what I think she was suggesting. That was I was talking about the transportation costs. There are those costs in public cloud, and she was suggesting that when you look at the cost benefit analysis, you got to account for all those things, as well as the whether you have an open. She said that whether you have an open architecture or not, which means that your ability to move from one to another without a lot of barriers to movement as well as the cost.
Yeah, I think further discussions can happen online because we are really out of time and probably leading into the next session. So I'd like to thank you all for joining me for the discussion, sharing your inputs, and thanks to everyone for listening in and being part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, for such an enlightening session. May I request Anil Chopra to hand over the mementos to our esteemed panelists.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request the audience to come forward and occupy the empty chairs. And there is running tea outside. There will be no tea break. So you can have your coffee and tea and sit inside. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw your attention towards the next session, Fireside Chat on Disrupting Tech to Achieve Valuation. At this session, we have with us Mayank Jain, CEO, New Auto, Carteco, and Pankaj Virmani, founder and CEO, Clovia. The session will be moderated by Shubhendu Path, former editor, CyberMedia, co-founder and head content, Radius Think Tank. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Pankaj and Meg. Uh, as you all know, we are talking about disruption, technology disruptions, and how it creates a value for the socio-economic and on a virtuous circle of uh, value both for the ecosystem as well as the society. And it's interesting because these two gentlemen have a common background. Both of them are computer engineers. And while mine started after computer engineering from sales and marketing, and is now heading a technology company. Pankaj worked as a the core engineering sector, development, innovation, and is now heading a non-technology product, non-digital. He is the CEO of a non-digital company and using very innovative approaches to market. So, in fact, if you look at it, the COVID itself, I would call, is a disruption, which led to further disruptions and new technology, innovation. So, just to bring the entire house at a common level, we'd like to understand from both of you what technology disruption and innovation actually means to you.
I think it's a very wide domain when we call technology disruption. But I think to break it down, I think anything where technology plays a role to kind of accelerate or change the game to a whole different level. I think that's what disruption would effectively mean, right? Straight out of the dictionary. What we have seen, at least, what has happened in the COVID time, and we are a very interesting business. We are a technology business because I think Launchly sits at the top of the pyramid when it comes to product technology, but yes, definitely not this technology. I think we saw 3, 4 very strong things happen. Right, one was the supply chain. The supply chain was disrupted completely, so people had to innovate. A lot of offline businesses, they did not have enough product, so they had to figure out a way to optimize on it. So everybody kind of started investing a lot of energy in supply chain. The other disruption happened was with the customer. One was the behavior change, right? Because they went digital big time. But at the same time, they also started to get a lot more restless. Even though there was very less product, the customer was also very restless at the same time. They wanted things here and now. So that led to a logistic disruption. So I think there was a huge chain of, it was literally a dominoes effect where one thing fell, but other things started to actually climb up and started doing very well. I think one of the biggest things that we saw was the way the consumption started to change, right? And that has been phenomenal for us. For us, just to give a very quick data point for a point, is that for us, tier 2, tier 3 business used to be approximately 40-45% of our business. I personally, when I say I personally, the management team, we were all very focused that tier 2, tier 3 town of India has to change when consumption of lingerie has to come into play because there's a lot of education that is required in our business. Post-COVID, this number went up to 63%. I think that's what we call a true disruption/transformation.
Thank you. Thanks, Pankaj. Mike, could you elaborate on what technology disruption means to you and the innovation?
Thank you very much. So, as India's leading auto tech player, we operate in many different verticals, and we rely very heavily on technology as a backbone to serving our customers. We are in the used car space, we are in the financial services space, we are the largest lender of used car loans in the country. We help on new car assisted buying. We are also one of the largest players in the online insurance brokerage space. And what we saw, as Pankaj alluded to, the behavioral change during COVID, it was there was a marked shift where consumers who were sort of moving towards social mobility, there was a marked shift towards coming back towards personal mobility. And people realized that owning a car and the safety, convenience, and comfort that brings with it, that came back. India auto market, we have about 22 cars in India for every 1,000 people. that's a very small number. If you compare that to China, that number is about 200 cars. And if you compare that to US, that number is about 750 cars. So I think one of the things we saw was this marked shift towards wanting to own a car and coming back to personal mobility. And the other change that we saw was that people wanted, contactless or a faceless experience. They wanted an end-to-end digital experience. And that is something that we were able to help facilitate. So for instance, in our financial services business and on the lending side, today we are able to issue a used car loan completely through a paperless 100% digital journey. So it's a matter of seconds where you are interfacing with our algorithm, and we are able to do an assessment, and within a few minutes you are able to get a used car loan. And I think that was a revelation for a lot of customers. That's something that helped us to gain about a 12% share on the used car lending side. There's still huge opportunity there, because if you look at the used car lending in India, only about 17% of customers in India actually are able to avail a loan when they're buying a used vehicle. That number is 75% in the advanced economies. So there's still huge opportunity. We believe that through these sort of technology enablers, we can help grow that market and help more people gain access to lending.
Thanks, man. Both of you guys actually touched upon a very important thing, that the change in the user behavior. And the entire innovation or that you have been driving and leading is based on that, liberating that change in behavior, and of course, how to service that and through the technology intervention. Other thing that I want to understand, since we're talking technology disruption and how it creates the value in terms of the economic and the wealth value for the promoter, and also the social value. But just before that, to understand, since you guys are working the technologies, now we have innovation, we have a need for the meeting the social obligation and the purpose of business. How do you create a balance?
I think the real opportunity sits when the purpose of the business is catering to a certain need. Now, if we can be socially responsible while executing it, I think you'll hit gold, right? And there are cases of social media companies who actually could have played that role, but they ended up kind of not doing it, right? So that I think is beyond the point, up to you as an organization of how far you want to go, how close you want to fly to the sun. But I think the real opportunity usually always sits when you are serving a certain need. And from our perspective, okay, let me talk about it very quickly from an anecdote basis, right? In our country, the biggest challenge is that 85% of women, even today, this is 2022, don't even know the right size of bra to wear, right? And this came out of an insight, from a co-founder who said that at the age of 25, also she did not know. And in 2015, when we just launched the brand, we got this service done for an entire team in office, which is 70% women. 80% of them also did not know the right size while working for a company which makes money. So I think that's a social. Now whether is it a social cause or whether it's a need of the customer, I don't know. Right? But we said that this is one opportunity of a business where you can also make a social impact, because the moment you get the right product to the person, you see a change in the way they live their life, the quality of life improves, the spondylitis pains go away, and you don't even realize that it's such a big impact in your life. So I think to cater to a need is something which, of course, every business has to figure out, because that's the only way to do. But whether you will hit the right cause also in that process, I think is hitting the jackpot in some way or some may not happen. For us, we were very lucky that we were kind of in the cusp of both, and that kind of gave us a reason to do what we're doing, which was much bigger in purpose than just making an apparel product.
Mike, as you were discussing yesterday, you mentioned about the IPO, forthcoming IPO that you're looking at and all. Now, from the social perspective and innovation, when we are talking about marrying together, ESG reporting and meeting the SDG objectives are a very key concern and for any business social innovation that is happening. As a business, how do you look at it? And how do you see the value proposition?
So, we've always built the company from the time we started around the customer, around the consumer. We are an auto tech company, but when we started building this company, we said, well, what is it that a customer today wants? He wants to buy a car. He buys a car, maybe 5 or 6 or 7 years later, he's selling that car. He want a loan for that car. He want an insurance policy for that car. He want to maintain that car. So we've always kept the Indian customer at the core of our business and build all of these various businesses around it, which today provide a flywheel effect to our business and provide a moat to our business and provide amongst the lowest CAC that compared to most other businesses. But by keeping the customer at the core of our business, we've always been very conscious about providing value to our customer. And so, across our various businesses, for instance, as I mentioned in our used car lending business, by going completely paperless, we are very conscious of the fact that we are able to responsibly make an impact on our ESG goals. We take ESG very seriously. I think in today's day and age, every organization has to take it seriously. I think it's a responsibility for every organization. So while we are all in the business of delivering value to the customer and building profitable businesses and sustainable businesses, we also have to be conscious of our larger responsibility in the ecosystem. Another example of one of the things that we are trying to do, which is good for business and also good for the environment. EVs, electric vehicles, as we know, are starting to come around. India is at the cusp of that adoption. We are helping to create India's first and largest EV marketplace. When that happens, we hope that can bring about a dramatic change in the country, where we are able to move away from IC towards EV. So I think we've also been a little bit fortunate, as Sunil said, that our business has been at that cusp of providing societal benefits, but also in the way we run our business, we are also always very conscious about our responsibility towards ESG. And one of the benefits of that was that in our last funding round, we got funding from DQConclave, which is a global investor that not only invests in companies looking at their financial models or their business growth opportunity, but also looks at their ESG impact and what they are trying to do around societal impact. So I think today it's good business for businesses to be good.
Thanks a lot, from bringing the investment part, I was about to come to it. But before that, another important thing. In the last 2 years, we have seen a lot of startups, particularly technology startups, and a lot of interventions, a lot of innovation happening. Now we have physics, while I was reading yesterday, a company from Rajguru becoming the latest 101 first unicorn. And a lot of companies are going for the IPO, creating value. Are you happy with the environment or the basic infrastructure for it? How satisfied are you?
So again, I think the starting point is that who are we to judge? I think that's the starting point. But at the same time, since it's a personal opinion we ask, so this is one thing I used to tell my team always, and in good times and bad times, every great story may not be a great business, but every great business is a great story. And I think that's the core fundamental of our existence all along, right? So, and another thing is that you can, physics and maths are two things that never lie, right? Gravity will play a role beyond the point, right? I mean, the numbers don't lie, however much you kind of nudge them and try to focus them into something else. So as long as these two come to you, right? I think you will make a great value creation. And again, so if the valuation is coming out of value creation, it sustains. If valuation is coming out of a story, then beyond the point it will be down. And frankly, I don't think entrepreneur has any role to play in this whole process. Entrepreneur is just running his journey. Entrepreneur is just doing what he believes in, right? It's the environment, and it's not today, it's not yesterday. It goes all the way back to documented Netherlands times of tulip effects, right? When people got all frenzied and started, engaging in tulip. So I think this is human tendency to kind of overvalue things and then again start judging that thing and then started undervaluing it. So I think to answer your question, I was just setting a background for that. I think from an environment perspective, phenomenal time for innovation because it's the frenzied times that bring in the money and it's the money that brings in the ability to innovate. So I think the frenzy has a role to play in making that social disorder, making that whole change, right? And some sort of a change always needs some sort of chaos to begin. But having said that, I'm also documenting that it is a chaos, right? So I think it's okay to be chaotic at times. But over the period of time, maths and physics will hold up. So at least as entrepreneurs, you should focus on your maths and physics and let the story play out wherever it wants.
And your take, particularly, because you're targeting the IPO. How happy are you with the present frenzy and the chaos as Pankaj mentioned?
I think I totally agree with Pankaj. I think investment climate or is always cyclical. And so, if you're a fundamentally sound business with solid unit economics, with a great team, with a good product market fit, uh, you will do well, irrespective of how the funding cycle, whether it's boom or bust or whether there's more liquidity or less liquidity. Of course, I think uh, you have to adapt as well. And so times definitely are changing. Uh, I would say that it's not a bad thing because sometimes what happens is when you get that frenzy and you get the capital and that capital is required to invest and build businesses, things can sometimes also start going off the boil. And so you need to sort of turn off the gas a little bit at times. I don't think the gas will completely get shut. I don't think that's going to happen. India attracted over 30, I forget the exact number, but I think about $35 billion worth of investments last year in venture capital. Would we again see that sort of number or would that number be lower? I think the India story will continue. I think there's a lot of opportunity in India. There are lots of talented people, lots of good ideas. But if you do sort of turn off the gas a little bit, it may not be a bad thing. We also know that when there's excess capital, that can start, creating its own problems. We've seen talent cost skyrocket, not just for companies like ours, but for all companies. We've seen cost of advertising skyrocket. We just had a period where the cost per 10 second was at an all-time high. And so I think some of this is also healthy for the overall environment. But I think it's important for companies to adapt. And our belief, we've started 14 years back from very humble roots in Jaipur. For the first 6 years of our existence, we didn't spend a single marketing dollar. Our entire traffic was built organically, was completely free of charge. And when you build a company bit by bit with such strong fundamentals, you're able to weather any sort of cyclical environment. So we remain quite optimistic, but of course we have to adapt to it.
Also talked about kind of the bubble which earlier in the day the former Telecom Anshu Prakash mentioned that perhaps he cautioned that this might be a bubble, it might burst. How do you see it? Is it kind of said that in a more subtle way?
I'm not an investment expert or a finance expert, so I wouldn't know whether there's a bubble or there isn't a bubble. But what I do know is that investment plans are set. And I think Dataquest. This is the 29th edition of DQConclave. I'm sure all the people who've been attending this over the years would have seen enough cycles come and go, and they would have seen great companies, get started and survive any sort of environment. Uh, so I'm not going to comment on whether there's a bubble or there is a diet. I don't think I'm the expert on that.
I'd say if I'm allowed a little bit of wordplay, I won't say it's a bubble, I'd say it's froth. So, it's okay, let the froth settle down. I think there is a huge amount of value that got created. EdTech, great example that you just gave. I think it is case in point, right? I mean, I started my EdTech company in 2006, and we raised a bunch of monies from all market investors. In 2012 is when we kind of had to sell it off and just to recover the capital. Right today the same edtech is playing a very, very different role. So it's also about timing, and the right timing got the right amount of capital. Of course, it will create a frenzy. But that doesn't mean that edtech is not a reality, right? It is a reality as we speak. So I think that's a great example to say that should we call edtech a bubble? I don't think it's a bubble, but should we call it overvalued? Absolutely overvalued. So I think it's not bubble, it's froth, and froth will settle, and you will definitely see a lot of water in the lake.
Thanks for bringing it back to the technology part. You mentioned edtech and all. Just wanted to understand in terms of, we talked about the valuation, how India market is. In terms of technology disruption, where do you see the country and the entire disruptions that are happening compared to rest of the world and rest of the Asia?
I think we can break it down into two parts. For example, if we call it e-commerce, I think we have nailed it. I think we are way ahead in e-commerce than the West at this point of time. And I have friends who would look at it and say, post 10-minute delivery. I mean, I would still have to rush to Costco. So I think a lot of changes have happened there. We are way ahead of our times. Of course, there are a lot of catching up that we have to do from within Asia. China is way ahead in live commerce, for example. We're still catching up, and it will catch up. So a lot of those things, of course, will happen. I think where we lack, and we lack terribly, is R&D, and I think that's where we always extract R&D from overseas, and then we build a brilliant product on it, right? So, but we are never the first movers, and that's because our talent and for a long time money was also overseas, and our talent also followed the money. Now that the money is here, thanks to the fraud, I think there could be a very strong opportunity for R&D to happen.
Great. So there is a silver lining, as you say, in the fraud. Your take on that. And how do you look at it? Particularly since you are also targeting the Asia, South Asia market.
Well, so if you look at e-commerce, and as Pankaj rightly said, I think the sort of businesses, the sort of services, the deliveries that you get in India, you don't actually get in a lot of advanced economies. I used to live in UK for many years, and I look at fintech for example. I think the infrastructure that today exists in India for startups like ours to be able to take advantage of that and build fantastic businesses in the fintech space and use our lending, the business that we are building in our business, is just one example of that. Again, friends who are in some of those advanced economies, they marvel at how easy it is for us to be able to do these digital payments. And I think it's a great enabler, not just in fintech, but for other businesses as well. But of course, there are areas, as I mentioned, for example, in our auto business, the number of cars that are in India, it's a highly supply chain constrained market, and it's very much linked to the core economy. So when we look to go out of India, we've chosen to go to those countries where we see similar parallels, where we think that a similar sort of flywheel or ecosystem play will help us to bring value to those countries and build successful, sustainable businesses. So we've looked at emerging economies in Southeast Asia, such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines. Those are markets where we see a lot of parallel with what we've learned over the years in India, and we are able to bring those values there. In Indonesia, for instance, we today are responsible for about, we control a 2.5% market share in their used car lending. I mentioned earlier that in India, that's 12%. For us. So, and we've been in these countries just for about a year or so. So, I think huge opportunity for us there. And I think we continue to sort of take advantage of, as we build our businesses in India, to build similar businesses in some of these.
Both of you have been kind of, also focusing on a bit of investments and all. Now, looking from that angle, and this will conclude with this last question is, which are the 4 or 5 segments that you see a lot of innovation happening and a lot of value creation in terms of the startup ecosystem that they are doing? Would it be your 3 or 4 picks? And why?
So I think in AI, and big data, there's a lot of good work happening. There are some fantastic companies in India that are working. I think the R&D that Pankaj alluded to, I think there's a lot of good stuff happening there. But I think, yes, it's important for those companies to, it's how many patents are they able to create? And I think as they start investing more, I think we leverage AI and ML in a big way. So, for instance, that complete paperless journey, that's built on the back of an AI ML engine. Price discovery, used car, that's entirely built on the big data. We have about 100
other one will certainly be metaverse. You know, there's a bit of hype around it naturally, but I think it'll be a coming of age. We've all been hearing of virtual reality for so many years. When I was a computer engineer 20 years back, we used to hear of it, but I think the ecosystem may now be able to sort of. So I think that there may be a lot of opportunity for Indian firms, you know, and that will sort of tie up with social and content and e-commerce. I think that may will start happening. I think those are the two areas that come in.
You said 2012 you had said a tech company. Now, it would be the where would you put your mind?
Right now, I think agri-tech is something where there's going to be a lot of opportunity because typically for the supply chain that exists, right, there's a lot of inefficiencies that are built in. And I think there is a lot of use there. We'll probably see a unicorn very soon there. I think there are a lot of people who are already contending for that place. I think that's one big one. Other thing is, of course, being from the category that we are in, right? I mean, although I just hate the term B2C because, you know, family has been a D2C forever. You know, it just became, you know, very, very sexy right now, right? So, but I think this is the best time to be a product company and the best time to be a consumer because for once everything was, you know, dependent on distribution. Nobody talked product. Everybody talked about the touch point that you had. Today, what internet has done is that it has disrupted the whole ecosystem of distribution, which has gone out of picture. Now it's a one-to-one mapping, and all of a sudden that has brought in a lot of opportunities for great products and a lot of opportunities for the customer to absorb and find new products. So I think there's a lot of goodness that will be leveraged there, and very, very good products in multiple categories will continue to come up.
Thanks a lot, Pankaj. Thanks, man. It was really a pleasure interacting with you and understanding the ecosystem, including, you know, how the entire value system is happening and froth, I would say, not the problem. So, thanks again, and we are able to close it in 11 seconds. So, thanks for helping me out.
May I request Shubhendu sir to hand over mementos to our panelists? Thank you so much. Moving on the next session, panel discussion on the rise of data cloud. At this session, I would like to invite Mr. Vinod Bhatt, CIO Vistara, Tata Asia Airlines, and Mr. Sangh Gautam, CTO, India Energy Exchange Limited. And the session will be moderated by our editor, Sunil Rajguru, Dataquest PCQuest and CiOL. Over to you, Sunil sir.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So I think welcome, Vinod and Sam. So let's hope. So basically, I think we have already had a session on the cloud previous, but maybe we can take it forward. So I was thinking like in the olden days you had these old economy companies, then you had the term digital native. But here I think going forward we are going to be a cloud native. So whether you're a small company or a large company, So from now on, there will be a cloud native. Most of the companies will be cloud native. So how will that affect the work culture? One, and second is the economy. So maybe you can answer that in a general way, and maybe your company, your personal experience. See, I think interestingly, cloud native is a little bit different than just being on cloud. Cloud native is basically integrating all the set of tools,
That's like
APIs,
born in the cloud.
services, everything which is there on the cloud. And what it does is it just brings a lot of value towards a faster deployment of all the of for the business. Any feature that you want to deploy, it's already there, and so that the integration becomes a lot more easier. Right? So if you just think about that, what changes would it bring to the culture? I think from a cloud native perspective, we can think that more and more one needs to have some kind of a speciality in being a solution provider, right? Where you know what kind of cloud native APIs can be used, what are the solution providers which are already there, and which can be easily, seamlessly be integrated onto the platform, right? So from that perspective, I think the development community, the developers themselves, they have to be much more aware than what they were, earlier. So that's one. I mean, security is definitely one another area which I'm sure that we'll talk about later. But that's one another area which needs a lot of education, I would say. And in cloud itself, there are so many being cloud native. There are so many layers, at least 2 or 3 major layers that have come in, and every layer needs expertise within the company. So, for example, if we just talk about work orchestration, which is one key area in the cloud, right? Whether it is Kubernetes or any other such kind of a container orchestration platform, that's one area which is a totally, I would say, a niche specialty which is needed within the company, and then you need to understand that. Then you come to the container, right, which is Dockers of the world, and then you come into the application side where you have to think about how you would be deploying in containers. So, the entire, when you say about work culture, the development, the testing, and even the deployment culture will need to adapt towards it. I mean, we are still in a very, I would say, a hybrid cloud world. Or maybe I wouldn't generalize it. I mean, at least in our company, we are kind of in a hybrid world, and slowly companies are moving. Still, there is a lot of discussion around OPEX, CAPEX. Traditional companies are still very about being totally on cloud. So being cloud native means thinking about being cloud. That's the first cloud strategy. You have to think about that if everything was on cloud, how would it be? So that mentality also needs to change. And for the economy as a whole, yes, I think it will be great. I mean, we are projected to be a $5 trillion economy. There are so many SMBs who are going to come in. I think it's projected maybe around 1 billion maybe internet users or 700 or 800 million internet users. So all these demand that is going to come, cloud native is the perfect way to move forward.
See, I think I'll probably step back a little bit and look at the cloud journeys which enterprises are going through right now. And if I look at the across industries, I think it's a journey which everybody is embarked on. As the technology is maturing, enterprises are also getting more mature and trying to make most of the value in cloud. So that's the context, background. But more important is cloud just a place for storage? Is cloud just a place for compute? Is cloud what is the objective? I think very important to understand as an enterprise, why do you want to use it?
Because when you talk of cloud, people talk of only the storage. No one thinks of compute.
So there is one aspect of it, but more important, if you go now one step further, that how do you use cloud as your differentiator, as your competitive strategy? as your new revenue streams. I think there is where you need to really build the business case around cloud. So cloud is lot more than cost optimization, is lot more than storage, lot more than it is the integral part of your business operating model. I think that is one context I really want to set it up, and it is not going to go away. There will be versions, variants of cloud, like we talk about. A lot of businesses may not want that data to be transported back to a centralized cloud architecture because we don't have today networks 5G just coming up. So we don't have their networks which will actually transport gigabytes of data in a split second. That's not going to happen. So you will also see that there's a lot of decentralization happening in cloud. So we need to be really aware about the fact that yes, people are going to cloud, that you may have to put a break on the cloud and come back and think that there is a decentralization is going to come. And that's why the technologies like 5G I talked about, more important, edge computing. So you're talking about edge cloud now. So there is a master-slave relationship going to set up very soon in the whole cloud world. So we need to, I think, as an enterprise, heads, we need to really understand that what is the objective of the cloud, how my business plan is getting in line with the technology changes, and what is my ROI. Because at the end of the day, yes, cloud is a good thing to do, but how I'm leveraging cloud for the benefit of my enterprise. So work culture, your question was second was work culture. Work culture will change obviously when this is a new way of doing business. A lot of organizations are born on cloud. So they have not seen the legacy at all. So they don't know what a hybrid cloud means. They know multi-cloud, they don't know hybrid cloud. So they don't know what an on-prem means. So I think you'll see a lot more companies going in that direction. So people will know that on the go is the way to go. So people will be always expecting that there is a platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, software as a service. It is going to be available. So that is the work culture you see. It's like we were asked someone that, have you seen the fax machine? They'll say, what are you talking about? Why do you use a phone? But they never realized that before there was nothing like phone camera to send the documents across. The same thing will happen very soon when people will realize that there's only cloud. Why were people using on-prem and putting so much money in the capex of the servers? That question will come very soon, and it will be very hard for us to explain to them what we went through. I think that is one part of it. Economy is, I would say, this is opening up a lot of streams for the business. A lot of new companies, big companies are coming into the picture, and what businesses we never thought about are actually today coming to the shape. So it is going to not only enable for us, as I said, that it is going to be a differentiator for us, and it is going to continue.
So that is like the how and why of it. But I'm saying, can we do it? Do we have the tools? Like, do we have the tools at the user level, at the company level? And main thing is, we don't have any hyperscale data sets. Like if you look at the top 10 list, even Japan and all this, we are nowhere. And you require that because of the tremendous amount of data, and also you need to store your data geography. That's a big issue. So I think we are really lagging in data centers one, and what are the other things at all three levels? I think in terms of tools, yes, a lot of tools are there right now, and those are there at each level which are available. I think just not tools. I think the skill set in order to use those tool set is slowly developing. It's there in our country, but people are still trying to get used to those tools. For example, the example that I gave was, for example, Kubernetes. And now they are talk about DevOps also. They were earlier talking about DevOps culture. Now it is all about DevSecOps. So security is also another aspect which has come in, and there lies a lot of dearth in the, or at least some dearth in the skill set of the developers in order to use those tools. So tools per se, yes, there are companies outside which are providing those tools, but slowly for a business specific, for example, maybe for power industry, for example, has there been such kind of a tools available? I would say it's still a long way to go in terms of that. So maybe for a particular domain specific and a kind of an industry specific, there is still way
which there's a lot of grounds that needs to be covered. So there are two points, right? One is the skill set of the developers, and the other is tools also. How do you use them? So a lot of training which is required, in order to use it. And herein lies, one of the things that we are trying, which is a kind of a shift left approach. What a shift left is earlier, or in the traditional deployment that we see in the development communities, you develop, you test, you do all the audit, and you do deployments, then you do the production, right? Which is moving towards your your right approach, from left to right. Now more and more, it's all about shift left. So if you are thinking about cloud native, you have to start thinking right, at the front. It's not as if once you have deployed, once you have developed, now you're thinking about, okay, now I have to deploy to some cloud, right? So it has to be on day one, which I said earlier, kind of a cloud first approach. And I think which you also mentioned that it has to be, you have to think about, you have to be in that shoes that, okay, why do you even need on-prem, right? I mean, so that approach will definitely come. Yes, there is dearth right now, but I think it's slowly catching up. It's not as if that we are way behind. In the industry, the skill set, that's there, because if you look at the salaries which have increased suddenly, right, and there is a dearth, and so the talent for this particular niche area, it has become very difficult to find also. So that is one of the, I would say, at least we are facing that challenge, and even in this power industry, that how do you find that talent who can take you through the journey, right? So it's a journey which the entire team has to take. It is not a simple an application, one particular domain. Entire team has to go through that journey. So that's, yeah. I mean, those are a couple of points.
Sunil, we talked about where the data centers, whether the infrastructure is available, and what are the monitoring tools and other things we need. See, today, I don't think there's an issue of availability of a data center. I don't think that's there. Because you've got so many players in the market. You have Amazons of the world, you have Microsofts of the world, Googles of the world, and many more. So they can give you, it's on demand, it's as a service. I think that's that. Assuming that it is maturing, it's not a big issue right now. So the issue is now is that what are the kind of tools which you need as an enterprise? For example, if your focus is on the automation, how much you can automate? And when you are talking about automation, you are talking about the workflow automation, you are talking about the business automation. It's not only running your workloads efficiently, it's also triggering the right alerts to your business. If something is failing, how can I manage the disruption management automatically through cloud? I think we do have those kind of tools from the automation point. Now, if you look at the second aspect is very important, I think what I'm talking about is about security. So when you are pushing your data to the cloud, I think if it is a regulated industry like airlines or even the financial industry we're talking about, so you need to understand that what is the data strategy, what is the data access management, what is the data governance around that. I think that is very important, and you need tools for that. So if there is a user which gets onboarded who has access to the data and the guy has left, whether the access is getting revoked automatically or not. And there are a lot of tools today which will make sure that that auto sync is happening. So that is the second aspect, that if there is a access management, second is the access to the data itself. Because these cloud providers will give you a lot of native APIs to access the data. But is those APIs open-ended? Somebody else can use the user ID passwords and get the data also. There's this potential risk. So while they can give you a platform, but it's very important for the enterprises to get into the details. What does it mean to me from the security point of view? I think that is the second aspect which we need to really understand. Third aspect is about the usage of cloud. See, cloud is limitless, endless resource. It's really cloud. so how do I use this cloud efficiently? How do I use from cost perspective? I think it's very important to have the monitoring tools for the cloud. So you don't want to get surprised at the end of the month when you are getting bill on the table.
saying that, you know what, oh, you use 10 servers, you use this compute, you storage, while as you thought that I have used this service only for 2 days, while the bill is coming for 30 days. So if you don't have that visibility, if you don't have that dashboard, there is no way on earth that you will find out that how I'm using the cloud. So the monitoring from the cost perspective, monitoring from the operations perspective. If the server is going down, you need to have that red alert, and those tools should be able to make sure that the alerts are coming real time, and you can monitor the business far, far better. And if what Gautam talked about was on the developer side, if you are using cloud for your whole developer community, if you are, for example, an IT company, completely IT company, so they will use cloud mostly for their DevOps, DevSecOps, whatever that is. So the licensing for that, unused licenses, used licenses, and availability of that itself is a separate usage where you can use cloud efficiently. And there are again tools for making sure that your compilation, your release management, configuration management, all the tools which are typically associated with those SDLC lifecycle. So those can be part of it. So the more slices you do for the cloud, you will get one more lens to look at. So you need to find out what your lens is. Otherwise, you can get lost by the too many offerings, too many solutions offered by these cloud partners. So very important is that what is my cloud story? What is my cloud plan? I think very important for us. And how do I monitor this? How do I manage it? And people say that cloud can save a lot of costs. If it is not done well, actually you may be ending spending more, and you may be ending exposing your data more to the vulnerabilities which are outside. So you need to judiciously take a call and make sure that whatever you have got is relevant for you, makes sense.
That's one, but one, as you talk, thing which keeps recurring is security, data, privacy, security. Now, why I'm very interested that both of you are there, you represent two industries or areas I never thought would be on the cloud, power and air. Like 96, I'll go and used to do that, give me a physical ticket. But now, say, you look at the airlines, you're doing it on the mobile, then algorithm is deciding how much I pay, and AI is even flying max. The controversy. You have pilotless plane. Similarly, power. When I used to pay the bill, it's just one. But that is also now digital infrastructure. Hacking is happening. Ransomware attacks is happening. So I mean, I never thought these two things would be. So it is very important. So maybe if you can speak from that. I think security definitely is one of the areas that every industry is thinking about. Not just airlines, not just power industry. And I think there are no dearth of tools available in order to stop the attacks or in order to be vigilant. I think what's missing is the kind of governance that is required and the kind of monitoring which is required in order to make sure that security breaches are released. And there are several aspects to it. Right? One of the things is that now once you go cloud native, you are more and more, or as a company, we are more and more dependent about how secure is your vendor, right? And are we getting a update from it, the kind of security patches that needs to be updated? Are they doing it on time or not? Right? I mean, simple. For example, I think last year, maybe I think it was in 2019, there's SolarWind, which is one of the most widely used tool also, which was hacked. And suddenly, the patch was already available for the entire use. They did not. It was a very simple thing where their password was a very simple password which they were using, and that's one of the reasons that they were hacked. Now, so it is not a very sophisticated thing which is happening. The top OSP, those guidelines are already available, but what is lacking right now is that the governance part and the kind of adherence to those principles which are needed. That when you need to do the batch update, you have to do it. There is no yes and but. But since one has such a big dependency of infrastructure, it becomes very difficult to do it right. So how do you think when you deploy it? You have to think about it, right? So this governance, security governance part, I think has become very, very critical. You identify your assets. What are your critical assets, and those again, that framework has been set. There's so many cybersecurity frameworks which are there. The government of India is pushing for it. If you look at the recent guidelines of CEA, Central Electricity Authority in the board, they have come up with cybersecurity guidelines. RBI has gone, RBI has long back, raised, and one has to go through those guidelines, and whatever they are proposing, if one is really implementing it, yes, the probability will be less. Will it be 100% not there? I mean, there is no guarantee because cybersecurity is such a it's evolving every day. But a lot of things for me, I think what is missing is that governance part, the governance structure, and strictly adhering to it. And there are so many tools, as Mr. Vinod mentioned. Right now, the problem is not about lack of tools; it's about choosing the right tool. Every vendor who comes onto us, being a CTO or being a CIO, everyone has some agenda around their tools. Right? How do you choose which one is the right for your industry, for your domain, for your that becomes a challenge, and that's where expertise, talent expertise within the team, and becomes really important. Security is no more just a compliance thing. The long gone were the days where companies used to have an annual audit, and just for an audit perspective, you had to go through kind of a drill. But here you have to do it monthly, you have to do it quarterly. You cannot avoid it. The kind of penetration testing which are required, all those tools are available. You just have to implement them correctly, and then make sure that we are monitoring all those aspects. So yes, I think from a security point of view, I think being cloud native. Once you go cloud native, security will play a role. And I think in the earlier discussion, there was a lot of the one before that, the bill that is going to be enabled. That would just I think accelerate this journey.
See, security again, the last 2-3 years have been very different for almost all the organizations. So much of data getting generated because people are moving from offline to online. And there is a lot more risk exposure from the security point of view. And you put on top of it, you put the cloud journey. So organizations are moving their data to the cloud, or moving the apps to the cloud, data to the cloud. Then there is a lot of data getting generated outside. So that's also going there. So you kind of have exposed yourself a lot more than ever from the security point of view. So you need to understand, first of all, do you have the right security policy for the organization? Because if you don't have the SOP, if you don't have the policy in place, I think you can't govern it. You absolutely can't govern. So first thing is that we need to understand that there has to be a security policy in place. Second is, what's my risk exposure from the touch points perspective, whether it is from the edge point of your devices, websites, whatever you have got, I think we need to understand that better. Third is, what are the controls in place? Do we have controls? See, there is no silver bullet to mitigate security risk. Absolutely not. What is there in your hand is there has to be a better strategy to isolate those incidents quickly and recover from that quickly. So I think there is where that whole architecture of security architecture plays a big role. The controls play a big role, and the real-time information connecting those dots. We talk about SIM, right? SIM, where you really the event management which happens. If there is a violation, how can you quickly connect the dots and give the alerts, and so that you can address the traffic, whether it is a cyber attack or any other attack, that can be addressed as soon as possible. That is on one part of the story. Second part of the story is that your networks, which have actually pose a lot more risk to your organization, that typically we are still, a lot of organizations are centric towards IP-centric security. But what the industry is moving towards is role-based security. Because if you have a legitimate login, legitimate computer, it doesn't mean that you can access any application on the network. I think we're going towards that security framework, which where you really tie your role with your access. And more importantly, the whole network operation center and the security operation center, they don't converge. So if I have to see that which network is down and what security has brought it down, so you need to look it from that perspective also when you are looking at the security for the organization. And also, the policy, when we design the policies, it is again specific to your organization, how much exposure you have got. And also, if you are a regulated industry, you will have a lot more data privacy related issues where you have liabilities to your for the organization, and you need to make sure that you are compliant because you will get audited, and you will make sure that you have got the right controls from the data security point of view, from the information security point of view, from the cyber security point of view. So I think it is a big, I would say, area of focus for the CIO, CTO, CXOs, and it is no more a CTO agenda; it is a board level agenda.
Everyone has their work cut out. I think we've covered a lot of ground. Final question before going maybe in 2 minutes each. What is that one technology that will take us to a cloud? I doubt it's one technology. You know, as I said, yeah. See, as I said, earlier also, being cloud native is like talking about 4 different layers. Like cloud native means we are talking about cloud infrastructure, AWS, GCPs of the world, and then we are talking about orchestration on top of that, container orchestration. So there are tools, Kubernetes. I think I gave one example which is really coming up, and then containers. Dockers and etc. Those are there, and then in the application. But more than that, all these tools already exist. I think what Mr. Vinod also rightly pointed out, the monitoring aspect on the cloud native. How do you really monitor your cloud resources? Are they getting utilized? Are they? Once you are in data center, you really don't care if you have 10 instances. I mean, you do, but when you care when there is a budget, etc., which is coming up. But here, I mean, on cloud, it really impacts your revenue, right there. Not revenue, but your operating cost. So those monitoring tools, I believe those are even from a security point of view, whether it is a SOC that you need to be set up or SAM tools that need to be set up. Those monitoring tools are very, very important as we move towards the cloud native world. And the world is, I would say, more moving towards in the cloud native towards zero trust. It's no more an IP based trust that you are doing. It is a zero trust world. You are the first request that you get. It has to be authenticated from wherever you get it. Right? So here again, there are tools available in our tool. So I would say there is no single tool. Unfortunately, I can't. But it's really a bouquet of tools which has to be used correctly. And finally, within the organization, the kind of skill set that you have, that has to be really uplifted from 2 grounds. One is on the cloud native in order to understand what are the kind of solutions which are there, and then also from the security perspective, right? And then lastly, the governance part, where all these tools and the entire skill set, etc. They all finally the kind of governance which is there in the company which is set up. I think that also plays a very
I will answer this from 2 dimensions. One is, imagine on the line and above the line. On the line is when you have got all the infrastructure in place, so it will come. So all the infrastructure, when I say that, the compute power, storage power, network power, it will come. That's on the line. And also the cost will come down. So it will keep you in the frame. You are a cloud native adopter. You are a cloud, you are on the cloud journey. That's all. But if there is one technology which is going to differentiate you, that will be artificial intelligence. AI will be one technology on cloud which will actually take you miles ahead. And it will differentiate you from the business point of view, and it will open up your eyes at what more you can do with AI. Your own data will speak. You will give life to your data. Data is lifeless today. People say data is new oil, but I'm saying data is lifeless. Give life to data. The only it can happen is that if you have AI engines built. So we should definitely spend our money on the data analysts, data scientists, who can actually carve out what we're doing in the business. And more importantly, what more we can do. So that will give you a competitive advantage, that will give you the proactive business decision, predictive modeling, all that will be part of it. That's how I'll answer it.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, we already have one foot in the cloud. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil, for this.
Thank you, Sunil, sir, for the session. May I request you to hand over the mementos to our panelists. Thank you, sir. Now we have the industry keynote on Mobilize Your Data with Snowflake by Rahul Sharma, Regional Sales Director, North Snowflake India. As a seasoned technology professional, Rahul in his current role leads the regional business for Snowflake in North and East India. With over a decade and half of experience, Rahul comes with a rich background in technology, advisory, and sales, with the past 5+ years spent in being a field advocate for SaaS models of delivery of technology solutions. Over to you, Rahul.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be addressing such an honest gathering of CIOs, data professionals from all across India. And, my name is Rahul Sharma. I look at the business of Snowflake for North and East India. Before I start the presentation, just a quick show of hands. How many of you would have heard of Snowflake in any shape or form? Excellent. Some of us, right? Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. I'll set a context to it. We are new in India. We entered about a year and a half ago. We have made great progress. Globally, we are the fastest growing data platform in the world. And a little bit of anecdotal context. So most of us, like professionals, we end up working throughout the week, and most of the household chores are something that we reserve for the weekends. This weekend was a bit tough for me because all of a sudden, all of the members of the family had one demand or the other, which I had to fulfill. My mother wanted some medicines immediately, and they were not available at the local chemist shop, so she asked for some amount of my time. My wife had been asking me to sell her car on an online portal, and I have not done it, so she told me that there's no food on the table if it doesn't get done this weekend. And with the decade of being married, you realize that some of these threats are real, so you have to act accordingly. To top it up, my fridge in the house broke down. Eventually, I ended up ordering the medicines on 1mg as an app. I went to Cars24 and ended up selling my wife's car. I came back and booked an appointment with the Arun company. The guy came in and he fixed the refrigerator. And after that, we ended up ordering some food, some pizzas from Pizza Hut, some Pepsi bottles, and something from Swiggy. And in the evening, while I was taking rest and I was realizing how eventful the weekend had been, I realized that all of these companies that we use daily in our lives, they are all using Snowflake Data Cloud for working, and that is the data cloud that essentially powers their analytics, their data sharing, and everything. So we are closer to you than you actually think we are, and with an increase in the enterprise space, people looking more and more on data and the workloads that they can run on it, it's a matter of time before we become even more of a household name for all. The question that we get asked very often is that why is it that Snowflake is the fastest growing data cloud in the globe? Why is it that 8 out of Fortune 10 companies globally use this? Why is it that 250 out of Fortune 500 and almost 25% of the top 2,000 companies use this globally? The answer lies in the fact that if you be a data enthusiast or a CIO with a partial interest in data, you would realize that data has exploded globally from 2 zettabytes, which is 2 billion petabytes of data in 2010. In 2020, it reached a figure of 64 zettabytes. It's supposed to even triple by 2025, so it will be almost 180 zettabytes. What this means is that with the likes of IoT coming in, 5G networks coming in, everything is happening on mobile apps. There is this huge opportunity for organizations to harness that data in terms of making use of it, sharing it, drawing analytics, doing an AI/ML workload. But most of the people have not been able to do this well. The reason is that data remains to be in silos. People have tried to counter this by using something of a, some people end up using application platforms, which could be the likes of Salesforce or Workday or for the matter SAP. Now the challenge that remains is that while the application platforms unify the upper layer, there are still various databases in the backend which will not talk to, say, the CRM or data which is required for marketing. So it still remains in silos. A lot of people try to solve this problem by using infrastructure clouds, which are a mix of the three top hyperscalers we talk about. But as one of the challenges that remains over there is scalability. One of the challenges that remains is a cross-cloud talking of data, sharing of data. And another challenge which Mr. Vinod also rightly pointed out is you don't have a sense of how much are you spending. It's not a consumption-based model. It's a SaaS-based subscription model, which means that you end up reserving some instances. If you don't use it, you still end up paying for it. Enter Snowflake, which is essentially what we call as the data cloud. So we do this for our bread and butter. We are not an application cloud. We are not an infrastructure cloud. We are purely a data cloud. And as I mentioned, various sources of data you can see on the screen. It could be the supplier data, it could be web data, it could be IoT data. All these data sources are lying in an organization waiting for the data to be extracted and made use of. That's where Snowflake comes in. We are a data cloud. We call ourselves, we are the only data cloud as the industry knows of us as. And what we provide to the organizations is a platform which can house all of your data, which is to say it can house the data, which is structured data, which is coming from the applications. It can even house semi-structured data, which comes from web and mobile apps. It can even store unstructured data, which is the likes of images and video files and call recordings. And we are a platform which gives you unlimited elasticity, scale, speed, and concurrence for you to be able to democratize this data across your ecosystem. Because the ecosystem could actually be with respect to within your organization or also outside of it, which means the customers, the suppliers, the vendors, the third-party people with whom you have to share the data. The USP is that it's absolutely scalable. It provides you with access governance and a very tight security layer. And above all, we don't create copies of data, which is a huge architectural difference from the way the things have been done till now. So essentially, in today's world, even when organizations are making use of their data, they're creating those multiple copies, some of which might go to the AI/ML team, some of which could go to the analytics team, some of which could go to the marketing team. With Snowflake, architecturally, all the live data is available to each and everyone across the ecosystem at the flash of a button. You just query the data as it is without creating a copy. And that syncs beautifully with our mission. And our mission is to move the world's data, to democratize the world's data. The three benefits that we bring to the table are access, governance, and action. And when we talk about access, as I said, all the organization data can reside in Snowflake as a data cloud. You can also add the ecosystem data, which could be the data of your suppliers, your vendors. And we are driving so many use cases in manufacturing where the end suppliers are the ones which are providing the data to the main equipment manufacturer so that they can know as to what is the kind of production schedule that they will run. The use cases are endless. And even third-party data. So a lot of times companies in CPG, retail, healthcare, they would like to access third-party data and be able to combine it with their data. And Snowflake as a platform provides great access to do it. The governance, as some of us mentioned in some of the panel discussion, is one of the key criteria that the CIOs look at. We are very tight on governance, whether it be role-based access control, tokenization, encryption, or bring your own key. Anything is possible on Snowflake. So it's a very tightly governed model where only the people who are supposed to access their part of the data on the data cloud end up accessing it. And finally, the action part, right? Essentially, why do we need all this data? We need to have people running AI/ML workloads. We need to have business getting real-time analytics. We need to have customer 360 running on the data in real time. So we remove all delay, and it's a platform which gives you highest level of concurrency, absolute elasticity, and it's a consumption-based model, which is a huge difference from the subscription model. In our model, you only pay for the number of seconds that you use the platform. We don't ask you to reserve any instance. So for all the data could be lying on Snowflake, and if you're not querying it for 1 year, we don't charge you anything on the complete cost. a number of customers. Some of them are known to us. Emirates would be known, KFC would be known, Pizza Hut, and as I said, 250 of the 500 of the Fortune 2000 companies currently end up using the Snowflake Data Cloud. Now, this is a beautiful description of how the data cloud looks like. All the dots that you see are various customers or data providers which are putting their data onto Snowflake and democratizing it by sharing it across the entire ecosystem. Think of it as a Facebook of data for one to think about. All the data sets, a lot of third-party data sets and everything is available and it's all democratized. At times of COVID, US government put the COVID data on Snowflake, and that was being used by the healthcare providers to make better insights into where more primary and tertiary care is required. And the use cases on sharing of data are endless. We'll see more of them coming in the days to come. I talked about the access part already. Your data, your organization's data, your ecosystem data, and the Snowflake data marketplace, which houses the third-party data, everything is available natively to you at the click of a button. The architecture of Snowflake is interesting. It's very differentiated from the other providers. Why? Because we are multi-cloud, which means that even if your various applications are hosted on multiple of clouds, you can still use Snowflake as your one data platform. We are hosted on AWS and Azure in India. Globally, we are hosted on all the three hyperscalers. Our storage here is common, which means that you don't create those data silos anymore. All the data gets ingested natively onto Snowflake, and on top of it, we put a multi-cluster compute, which means that all of your workloads end up getting different computes as and when they require. There is never a resource contention. Think of it as a scenario where you are using a laptop and you are playing a game and watching a movie and also doing online shopping, and compare that with a scenario where every of these activities ends up getting a separate laptop. So we separate the compute for every workload, which means that it's really scalable. In sub-seconds, you can get the performance that you need, and remember, you only pay for what you use. People ask us, what is there inside the hood? So, as I said, we are able to ingest all the data sources which you see on the left. It could be OLTP data, it could be enterprise applications, weblog data, IoT data, everything gets ingested in Snowflake. What we provide is an elastic performance engine which is ready to scale up, scale down in a matter of seconds, and you don't have to reserve any instance. And we provide the intelligent infrastructure, which is something of a plus against what the other hyperscalers provide. You are not wanting to manage anything with respect to vacuuming of database, partitioning of database, or do any of the management activities. Even the security is something that is taken care of by Snowflake. And on top, you can run all the main workloads, which include data engineering, data lake, data warehouse, data science, and data applications. So the sky is the limit. And all the consumers in your organization, whether they're looking at monetizing the data that you have, or they're running operational reporting or doing ad hoc analytics, they end up getting access to that live data in real time. There is no delay. It is all very secure under a tight role-based access control. And as I mentioned again and again, it's a true consumption-based model. Whatever you don't use, you carry forward to the next year. Finally, we are a technology choice because we're a single platform for all types of data. We allow multi-cluster compute to eliminate resource contention. It's a near zero maintenance model, which means that you don't have to spend on the manpower or the time to manage your entire data platform. True consumption model and industry first. As I said, you are billed only for the time that you use. There's no reserve instance at all. We are multi-cloud and we are also cross-cloud, which means that we can also do handshakes with the other cloud providers which are there outside of the hyperscaler that you're using. And it's a unique architecture, which means it doesn't have any data copies. And you essentially end up only looking at one copy of data which goes across all the data workloads. As a business choice, I mentioned it in my opening remarks. It's a software company with the largest IPO ever in the history of the globe for a software company in 2020. A few months back, we had $100 billion USD market cap. It's a true consumption-based model. 50% of the companies of Fortune 500 remain as our clients, and a very high net revenue retention rate of 173%, which means that people who end up using Snowflake, they end up expanding in the workload. We don't have a negative churn. The growth has been tremendous. As you say, in April 2020, there were a few edge locations. Now more and more customers are sharing the data all across the ecosystem. And we have the likes of the largest as well as boutique partners to partner with you. The big four, Accentures, the Deloittes of the world, they're all our partners, and so are some boutique companies. And we can come across and speak with you with respect to your inconvenience and take things ahead. With this, I'll like to draw close to the presentation. Thank you very much for your time. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul, for the presentation. May I invite Mr. Nitin Kohli, VP and Head Key Account Spectre, to hand over the microphone. Thank you, Nitin, sir. Moving ahead, we have Jasper Paul, Senior Product Manager, Site 24/7 with us, delivering keynote on IT Infrastructure 2.0, driving the growth. Jasper is the Senior Product Manager in Site 24/7, the full stack performance monitoring tool for DevOps and IT operational with 15 years of experience in software industry. Passionate about technology, extensive knowledge in cloud infrastructure and its cost optimization. Over to you, Jasper.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for taking the time to come to this session. And a quick show of hands of who knows Site 24/7 or Zoho. Okay, a lot of people here. Thank you. Great. So today I'm going to talk about how. So today I'm going to talk about how modern IT is helping us in the digital age, why customer experience is important, and is your IT prepared for it? The talking point will be on the theme of how our IT team needs to be prepared for the next growth wave, right? So, yeah, so this is going to be what I will be covering today, how digital transformation has accelerated after cloud came into existence, the growth of the internet itself, and how IT became modern, the role of DevOps as of today, and finally how towards the business end, I'll touch upon an important section on the DevOps lifecycle, which is continuous monitoring, which what Site 24/7 does. So I would say innovation comes from survival. Okay, so a bit of history here to start with. Right back in 2000s, when the dot-com bubble happened, Zoho was called as AdventNet. Okay, back then, and we were a network management platform. Our main regions were in Japan, being our primary market there. But then customers in the dot-com bubble, we had a healthy customer of like 150 enterprise customers. But then it suddenly came down to just three. We didn't have actually leads, as the sales people calls it, pre-sales leads, they were zero. So at that time, some of the hard or the proactive decisions that we took was not to burden customers' infrastructure. Our network management product was they have to install in their infrastructure. But we had to take a new age model. Okay, in fact, we were one of the pioneers in cloud business. We started Zoho CRM, which was one of our first products in in the year 2005, just right before even AWS had started their cloud journey. Okay, and for the next 17 years, we built hundreds of products to cater to different market segments and different verticals. So we believe software is a craft, an art form that requires diligent study, innovation, and constant refinement. You need to actually feel what we build, right? And appreciate it, the nuances of it, take care of it, and also nurture it. So while we were at it, AWS came into place, born out of actually their own need to survive in the market. iPhone came into place since Apple needed to survive in the market. So as you can see this trend, right? So the philosophy was, or the mindset of the entrepreneurs, innovation comes from survival in the industry. So when you look back at the growth of the internet, you'll appreciate and even more have more nostalgic memories of how important internet was there then back in the days when probably the first ones I know was the CDMA mobile that Reliance had launched. That was the first experience of mobile internet age. So fast forward today, we have 4.6 billion internet users that are using the internet, 2.6 billion users purchasing online. These are just mind-blowing numbers, and our friend who was here before and also said how data has exploded after the internet age. So, so gone are the days when we used to depend on papers, booking tickets, going to and from offices. So this is actually my flight ticket that I got a screenshot yesterday. I have a mobile, and then the app is there, and I given my PNR number, and I get the ticket. So that's how Swiggy works. That's how Pizza Hut or Indigo or any vertical, they have a digital representation of how they are as a business today, right? So our everyday lives actually depend on the internet. From multi-billion-dollar businesses to small roadside vendors. You can see here the phone pays and the Google pays of today. It's been accessed by the small vendor, and we are actually paying it through mobile. That's how internet has changed us. So in today's world, digital experience matters a lot. Now, from this context of what I was talking about, all this boils down now to how your digital experience, your business's digital experience works. So, in spite of customer experience and digital world we are in, a recent survey, for example, only 15% are happy with their online purchases. What the digital happiness survey had conducted revealed, which is surprising, and which is also there's a need for that end of the spectrum to be largely taken into account. So what causes unhappiness in customer experiences? So elements that cause most unhappiness are crashes, the advertisement pop-ups that come into place, discount codes not working when actually put into place, website actually goes down, or an app goes down, not able to be accessed, no internet coverage somewhere, customers not finding what actually they are looking for. These are some of the problems or customer churn-offs that you get when something goes wrong, when the digital experience actually is bad. So as I said, digital experience matters, and so businesses should look for delighting the customers rather than do what they are just asking for. So what happens when we delight our customers? So they actually evangelize us on behalf of us. They show off the apps and the tools that they use to others. They tolerate some problems that might have in the tool or in their application. They resist competition. No, always there is a competition out there and they want to go. But if we are delighting the customers, they kind of resist. I'm happy and I am safe here. That's the trend. That's the mindset of the people. And they also kind of contribute to the community as well. So on behalf of us, they kind of talk on behalf of us. They give suggestions on the tool itself, so much on and so forth. So those are some of the advantages when you delight your customer through your customer experience. So for this, our architecture or our infrastructure has to be available. Our infrastructure has to be optimally performing well, right? So we now shift to the infrastructure side of things, the infra that actually runs it. So in every modern system architecture, we have the network layer, the data centers, that runs the hardware, that has the hardware. On top of that, run the servers. Or if you are on cloud these days, we are now the next level. We are now serverless. We have containers, Kubernetes, Dockers, all those things, right? However, all these things have to work in tandem. Efficacy depends on how well these work together. Only when these work together, the IT teams can contribute, and then the customer experience in turn is delightful to your end customers. So this is probably right now today one of your architectures. There are a lot of microservices available there, and each are interconnected, highly complex, but yet scalable due to the cloud. This is what I would call it as a modern day IT architecture. But a more sane would be a microservices architecture interconnected with some flows, and you know what is flowing through which service, or something is breaking or something is pointing out there's a breakage or there's a small performance problem. There's an indication that there's a problem in a particular microservice, right? So who runs all this? Who runs the applications or the IT backstage? So one of the primary stakeholders here are the DevOps, right? So they're the ones who actually run the business, your digital business. Of course, you still have the sysadmins, the network admins, the DBs. But today's cloud native world, cloud native infrastructure, I believe DevOps are the ones. Their culture defines how software is deployed and run today. Who's the DevOps? So there are two key divisions I would like to point out here. The consumer of the infrastructure, who's the developer, who's the line of business owner, and the sysadmin and the IT admin, who's actually the provisioner. Okay, so the provider. So they, in time, they actually merge together and form the DevOps revolution. So a little more detailed in that. So consumers are line of businesses, roles that reside within or outside the application DevOps team. They are the providers are infrastructure teams and SREs. They are the providers of the infrastructure runtime. So those who provide for their applications to run smoothly. For example, the infrastructure team worries about the SLA of the server, while the application or the developer team worries about the SLO, or the service level objective of the application. So if you take the DevOps life cycle, as you know, the infinite life cycle, plan, code, build, test, release, all these come into the DevOps life cycle, and there are different versions, but just to get an idea of how the life cycle works. So I'd like to touch upon the tool set for observability and why there's an ever-increasing need for it. Digital transformation has actually augmented the need for observation. And observation injects data-driven metrics. A lot of data is available today. And what are the business KPIs? How long a task is running, and how important it is for us to actually determine what determine the task based on it, how the customers are using it. The capacity planning, for example. These metric needs to be constantly monitored for analysis. It naturally invites operations to be involved and to take immediate actions to bring problem back over time. So over time, the cloud acceleration it merged into development, and as well, development is code. We see in this journey that observability has merged into the development lifecycle, though traditionally it was actually operated and managed by the ops team. So Site 24/7 is an AI-powered all-in-one monitoring solution which can monitor your websites, your end-user experience, both synthetic and real-time. It can monitor your servers, your network. It can monitor your cloud, on-premise, private cloud. You can go right into your application code, your traces, your logs. Complementing it, we have our instant communication platform, which is called as Status IQ, and our cloud cost analytics platform, so which can analyze your cost and give out information and analytics of how you spend your cloud data or cloud infrastructure units. So we are built on the Zoho cloud. We can collect any metrics. On top of that, we do AI with this data. We send out alerts to stakeholders and engineers proactively. Do automation on top of the alerts if needed. We have a built-in collaboration platform, which is Zoho Click, which you can communicate during an incident and so on. And a feature-rich and highly scalable, highly secure platform with security compliance built in, having dedicated data centers here in India and across the world. So we are SOC 2 compliant, GDPR compliant, and you can see here ISO compliant as well. So to summarize, digital customer experience is paramount, helping the team that it's in the hot seat. DevOps isolate problems easily today in microservices architecture, and Site 24/7, an all-in-one monitoring platform that helps isolate that problem in any layer of the IT stack and deliver a great user experience. So thank you for your time. We are at the end of the presentation now. So we have a booth right outside, and we are planning to give away a gift, and you can definitely be part of it. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Jasper, for the presentation. Moving ahead with the next keynote session, we have with us Triveni Ravindranath, India Sales Head. She will be speaking on flexible working revolution and its impact on IT teams. Triveni is an accomplished techno sales professional with rich cross-functional experience in sales, consulting, and learning and development in a pioneering career spanning over 22 years. An exemplary speaker, her core expertise is key account management, managerial effectiveness, leadership, training, attitudinal and behavior effectiveness. She is passionate about simplifying the adoption of technology. Over to you, Jamie.
Thank you. Hi everyone, very good afternoon. Very unfortunate that the organizers have put me in between lunch and this session, but sorry, you will have to tolerate me for the next 15 minutes. But what I'm going to do is take you through a 60-slide presentation about all the 18 products that we have. How excited are we all? I know that the answer for that was very obvious, but sorry, that's not what I'm here for. Although I'm a sales head, I'll try not to give any sales pitch. I'm here to talk about the flexible work revolution that's happening currently, thanks to the crisis or the pandemic that we are slowly coming out of. I'm optimistic that we are almost out of it. But this flexible revolution does not stop with the pandemic. It is definitely going to continue. And what we're going to be talking about is how are we going to flex your flexible working muscle. That's really what my session is going to be. And I'm going to be presenting to you some trends which are shaping this flexible work revolution and just give you a little brief about what is GoTo and what do we do. So moving right into the presentation, now we all know this, that the world is experiencing a flexible work revolution. All of us are here from the IT world, right? Either you're working for a non-IT firm in the IT department, or you're working for an IT firm in the IT department, right? So remote work is not a new term to us in IT. We did have remote work, we did have flexible work way back in the beginning of 2000. But as you can see here, the adoption rate from probably 2005 to 2019 was only 5%. But now the adoption of this remote work has gone up by 173%, right? If you would have done this research in 2020 alone, the adoption of remote work would have gone 100% across industries, maybe barring some essential industries like healthcare, etc. Right? But otherwise, and this is here to stay, right? Although we are calling a lot of people back to office, and the preference is maybe we should stop being remote, but it's still there, right? So this particular analysis was done by Gartner in 2021, and what they say is, if we don't offer a flexible work environment and a culture, there are probably 7 out of 10 employees are going to reject our offer, which means that definitely we need to factor that in. So let me just give you another, probably ask you another question. This was again an analysis done by Gartner. India work, and this is specific to India, right? So the India employees or the workers prefer how many days a week of work from home? Anybody? Any guess? What do you think will be the preference of most of your employees? Yes, ma'am. 4 days? Okay, she says 4. Anybody else? All 5. Absolutely. But surprisingly, the data shows that the most preferred work days from home is 3 days on an average, right? Which means you will always, right, anytime have employees who would want 5 days work from home, 4 days work from home, no work from home at all. Like, I'm one of those rare animals who love to be in office. I know I'm very contradicting what I'm selling, but but yeah. So you'll have all kinds of employees whose expectation is not going to be a straight line like it was before, right? So from an IT person's lens, if I have to comprehend, this is how your a work scenario is going to look like. You will have some people in the office. You will, like, you can see a presentation going there. You will have some people working from home. You will have some people working from the cafes. You will have some people working from the co-working spaces. So you'll have people working from all over the world, if I say. So it's like a work from anywhere, right? So given this scenario, it's definitely going to put a lot of pressure on the IT folks, right? Because all the, just to ensure that everything is running smoothly and seamlessly, the one thing that's going to help do it is nothing but technology. So so I'll just give you a couple of more learnings that we saw from one of the researches that we did in the end of 2021 alongside Frost and Sullivan, and India was definitely a part of it. One of the first learning is the world is going hybrid but advancing cautiously. And this is exactly what I started off my presentation with, right? So what we're seeing emerge in most of the corporates is that there are three predominant hybrid work models that's going to come out. One is you're going to have employees, even in an SME setup, who would want to be 100% remote, all 5 days working from home. You will have some employees who want the luxury of seeing best of both worlds, being at home and coming to office also, because at the end of the day, we are human beings, we are social animals. We need to have that, human to human connect. So hybrid, and finally work from office completely, like 5 days a week. So, but the predominantly what we saw is the preference is 54% of people still prefer hybrid, which means 50% of your work population or your employees, if you do the surveys internally, it will probably somewhere match this. The second learning that what we saw is hybrid model is driving lower staff turnover, right? So what this means is, as we all know, last year, 2021 was the year of great resignation, right? I think if you talk to any of the HR folks, they will tell you what misery they went through, right? But within that also what we saw, the analysis that we did with the data was that hybrid, okay, even in hybrid there was attrition, but that was about only 22%, whereas fully remote and fully work from office saw a much higher attrition rate. So I think hybrid definitely stands out here as well. So if in companies you're not thinking about hybrid, you're only trying to oscillate in the fag ends of the pendulum, it's time to rethink for us. The third one is hybrid work is positively productive, right? So this is a simple and a very straightforward thing. What we saw that is 78% of the employees feel that their productivity significantly went higher, almost by 38%, and the company culture had a very positive impact, almost 77%. I have another question coming up, and this is specifically for all the IT leaders here. Given this scenario, what impact is flexible working having on IT teams? Your choice is two. It's making yours and your team's job easier, or is it making more complex? Easy, complex, what? Sorry? Easy, I know we need the fuel for louder voice, but easy, okay, somebody said easy, somebody complex, absolutely. It's we'll probably need to sit with ma'am to understand that, because it's definitely going to become complex, right? Because we saw that different people connecting from different places, security, we heard from so many people that security is an issue. So there are a lot of pressure on technology put, right? Because one of the reasons for that is because you need to enable all the people who are in the office and outside the office as well. And you need to take care of the security, because your security, all your confidential data now has gone away outside of the office periphery, right? So that's definitely going to be a big challenge. The other thing that the other learning that we have seen is that the IT teams sort of have started investing more in more tools, more technology. But having said that, they also are looking at consolidation, right? Like I heard somebody say that there are so many tools available, and obviously we don't want to burden the IT infrastructure with a lot of tools. So how does one consolidate? So vendors like us need to really think about how do we get a unified product to help all the IT, to lessen the burden of the IT teams. So I'll just move quickly to this trend. So I'm really going to look at 2-3 trends, which is because we pioneer in IT tech support. You may not have heard of GoTo because we are fairly a new brand, but you may have heard of LogMeIn Rescue. We are a 20-year-old brand, and most of the CIOs are very familiar with Rescue because you may have used it at some point in time to provide IT remote support. So one of the first things that's shaping the future of the IT tech support, the first one is supply chain disruption. We all know this, the famous chip issue we had, which still continues, which means it's going to put a lot of pressure on lot of getting devices on time, equipment on time. So you will have your employees have to make do with the existing devices, which means increase in problem and increase on your help desk, more tickets, etc. The other one, one of what we've seen interestingly is one of the most common IT help desk ticket raised is, any guesses? What's the most common that you've seen if you've done some kind of an analysis? Any guesses? It's the password reset. 80% of most of the tickets received in the last 2 years were password reset. Right. So the other one is consumer digital habits. So this is another thing that will probably power the requirement or the criticality of the IT remote support. What it means is that our people, which is our customers and our employees, are used to digital experience. My previous speaker spoke about how he did all his purchases online. That's how people are habituated. People have tasted that. People don't want to venture out too much. The same way, your customers and employees would expect an online support from you, although we have offline support as well. So that is definitely, sort of shaping the future. And then finally, the Great Resignation. Besides having, if I would say that the highest turnover is seen in the help desk technicians. Before the pandemic, it was about 40%, but post the pandemic, it's gone up to 80%. Right? Which means every 6 months, you're going to have a new technician team, which is definitely going to put pressure. I can see some of you all nodding, ki dukti rat pe haath rakh diya to isne. So all this, I'm just skipping this because there's too much data. I don't want to just go to it. So, right. So I'm now looking at all these trends, right? One of the things that we have looked at is how can we think of making IT easy, and how can we make it available anytime, anywhere, any device, right? So just quickly before we go ahead, there's one very interesting, very small story related to how LogMeIn was born. So one of the IT support agents in Budapest in Hungary, his name was Martin, and he had a job to do at 3 a.m. in the morning. He had to wake up at 3 a.m. So for people who know, Buda and Pest are two cities which is divided by a river called Danube. So he had to go from Pest to Buda to update his networks and systems, etc. Now, people who would have traveled to Europe know that it can get very cold during winters and it's very difficult to travel. So one night he had like an idea, like one of those kya idea hai sarji moments. And he said, why should I go all the way to update my systems, right? Why can't I be in my home and update the systems, networks, whatever, the servers and everything. So that's how our company was born, called 3 AM Labs. Our first product was Pro and Central, which means remotely you can manage all your endpoints, monitor all your endpoints, push whatever patches you want, security packs you want, etc. And that's how our company was born. Initially, we were called 3 AM Labs, obviously because Martin had to get it at 3 AM. After that, we had like a series of growth. I will just fast forward to the third one, the portfolio expansion, because this was a landmark year for us. This was the year we acquired the GoTo suite of product. A lot of people here may have used GoToMeeting, GoToWebinar. That was initially a part of Citrix. We sort of acquired that. And now what we've done is we had like this many products to sell, this many products to offer, right? All this was under our umbrella. But what we thought is like I said, unification, making it simple. What we've done is we've rebranded ourselves to GoTo this year in February. GoTo, we just have now 2 suites. One is GoTo Resolve, which is all about IT, remote help, remote support, remote monitoring, visual engagement, trying to help your employees and customer using Lens. And then we have also recently launched a ticketing platform. So all these instances can be launched from one app, which is GoTo Resolve. You don't have to use that many apps. You just have one, and for the admin also, it's just one admin console, and you want to launch a reactive support to an employee raising a ticket, or you want to proactively push some patches to your machines. It could be Windows, iOS, it's device agnostic. On the other side, we've looked at the GoToConnect, which is nothing but how do you ensure that people working in a hybrid kind of a location, situations are connected to each other. So we have an IP telephony which we are yet to launch in India, but across the globe we have that. Then we have a meeting tool, the virtual meeting tool, which is GoToMeeting. Your webinars, like you do your town halls with your employees, etc., on a very large platform, up to 3,000 participants. We have a GoToTraining app which completely mirrors your in-person training on a virtual experience. And then finally, we have the contact center offering, which is again contact center as a service. So this is really what we offer. What we are very, very passionate about is that our main job is to ensure we empower the flexible work. So hence our apps are extremely flexible. We try and see that we have a single app and not bombard you with multiple apps. The third part is really there in our DNA, which is 99.99% uptime and security. We are extremely cautious about security. We have HIPAA compliance for the healthcare industry, SOC 2, SOC 3, all kinds of compliance. And the best part is the zero security trust. So because now at every entry point, at every access point, you need to authenticate your users, right? Given that almost 50% of the population is not going to be in the office or prefer not to be in the office. And the next one is we are ecosystem invested, which means we have integrations with Slack, Microsoft Office, Teams. We have integrations with Salesforce, ticketing tools like Zendesk, Freshdesk, etc. My last slide, promise you, last one. These are some of our global clients and India clients. Some of the top 5, in fact, all the top 5 software companies are our global system integrators, and they use our solutions internally as well as for their projects. That's it. Do visit us at the booth. My team is here. I'm there to connect with you and help you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Triveni, for the wonderful session. So now we are breaking away for the lunch, and I want you to join us back on 2:30 p.m.